good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. We have many members to join.
മറന്ന് ഓഫാന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു കേട്ടോ. ഇന്നലെ ഓഫാന്ന് തോന്നുന്നു. വിളിച്ചായിരുന്നു, ഫോൺ എടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. വിളിച്ചു.
Everyone.
I think مش الو عندي ميتينج. لحظة كيف بدي افتحها هنا؟
Now start. But they just, I don't know, they all of them are on camera now.
What?
I don't know why. Anyway, but I blocked. Everyone is on camera.
Anyway.
Good morning, everyone. Morning.
Morning.
Yeah, can you see the group chat? Yeah, in the group chat, there are different links. These are the ones that you might want to save for later on when you want to do your application. This could be very useful, different references related to the presentation, some with more information, the menu itself. So I would advise to keep a record of this. Later on, these are the same thing we'll be going through during our presentation today. And today we have some members, I mean, we have more than 50 people registered. So that's with the limits for everyone to join.
중쌤인 것 같아.
Okay. For the members who already joined in now, while we're waiting for the others, I would like to share with you a few quick questions to have a better understanding of our members today. So can we have can you see in front of your screen if there is a short questions?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, please. Yeah, go ahead, answer those questions. Meanwhile, we are waiting for the other members to join.
In the current cycle of the three water.
Yeah. 50.
Yeah.
The company participation now. Not yet. My company.
Okay, good morning, everyone. For the people who just joined us, in front of you, there will be a quick questionnaire. Would you mind to answer that?
Yes.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we're waiting for the other members to join. Today we have, because today is the last session for our 2020 company awareness. So things we have a lot registered members. So that's waiting for the others to join. Meanwhile, let's answer the questions in front of us.
Yeah, so I have a question.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
In this, my company is in the below industry. We are located, we are a manufacturing company located inside Jawaharlal Free Zone. So should I click at manufacturing or free zones?
And what you can choose the one most relevant for you. If you are in manufacturing, I would choose manufacturing more than free zone because free zone is wider, you see. But if you have specific manufacturing, it's better for you, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Great. All right. In the group chat, also I shared with you some links. And these are the ones you might want to copy aside for later on in the future for reference related to Taqdeer. But no worry, during the presentation, I'll share with you again the similar links as part of our presentation. Okay. Also some interaction, you know, usually in the previous cycles that we do this kind of awareness session face-to-face. But this year we have a special situation, as we all know. This pandemic really shocked everyone, and now I see people in the offices wearing masks. We see people sitting at home or working from different locations. So maybe just have a little bit of interaction. If you can, let's have our video come on. So, you know, so I wouldn't talk to my screen, and sometimes I'm really enjoying that other people say, we're not there, or we cannot have any interaction. Meanwhile, also, if you have any feedback or anything, that's always we can use the group chat. I will check from time to time when, you know, any questions arise from there. That's, yeah, maybe we wait for 9:30. Let's wait for maybe 3 minutes more for other members to join in. Meanwhile, for the member who has not completed this quick questionnaire in front of you, could you please do so? Because so far I have seen only 20 people out of the 32 are doing the online poll. Would you mind just to choose so we have a better understanding of our group? Someone is asking, how can we record this session? Don't worry, I am recording the session. So after the session, I will ask the Taqdeer office editing something with all of you.
Hold it from our end, at least.
Yeah.
Okay, for the members who just joining in now, could you please just complete this online poll so we have a better understanding of our group? Meanwhile, also, if you feel comfortable, could you please switch your camera on, but we keep the microphone off. Just waiting when we need to speak, let's have the microphone on. Because we had experience in the previous sessions that we have baby crying, colleagues are talking, you know, so sometimes we could be distracted from the session.
They want us to mute ourselves.
Okay, yeah. Great, great. Okay, we still have members to come in. I think we still have about 10 people to join us, or 10 plus. So let's just wait a little bit. Maybe let me look at what we have filled. We have 25 completed online poll. Can we have anyone else, please? Anyone who has not done that, please do so. Could you please complete this short questionnaire in front of you so we can have a better understanding of our group? This way, why doing the session with you? Because this is the last session in 2020. So I can give you more advice, emphasis on the things that concerning most for you. Yeah? Okay, we want to join in. So, Anis is coming, very good. Okay, so for the member who just joining now, I will repost again the links for the different sessions manual. We have there's a quick YouTube video that shows the Taqdeer Award framework criteria and some introduction in a quick view. These are the ones that you may also want to share with your colleagues who are not able to attend today, but will be part of your submission team. Then you have the other version. We have even a word manual, which is English and Arabic version, in case sometimes a few words that for the Arabic speaking team members may want to verify or to understand better. However, the application, everything will be English. Okay, so let's see, we have 39 people now, maybe around 39, 40. Okay, so in this case, last call, please, last call. For the members who just joined in, have not done this online poll in front of you, please complete this few questions in front of you. So based on that, we'll start our today's session. Yeah, just 1 minute. I will give you 1 more minute. Okay, forget the PDF link if it's expired.
The summit. Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
But that submit button is not active for
no
that.
Problem. Ignore that for now. You can use the other button first. Yeah, don't worry about that. Okay. Meanwhile, can I have everyone's mic off and the video on so we can have interaction? And when you need to speak, you can switch on your mic. So this will have less, background noise. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, so now we have 20 people who answered our questionnaire. So let me maybe just end it and we share with everyone the results. Okay, can you see the results in front of us?
अब किधर गायब हो गया?
Can we have everyone microphone off for the time being? Yeah. If there's anything you can write in the chat for me. Yeah. Okay. Great. Let's have a quick look of what.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's have a look of what's our feedback for this morning. The first question is your first time attending Taqdeer company awareness session? 96% of the people answered saying yes. So which means nearly all of you are first timer when it's come to Taqdeer award. Don't worry, today during our presentation, we will go through all the details. So you will have a very complete understanding. Now, the second question, what is the role that you are playing in your organization? So here we have most of people saying they are the official point of contact for the coordination with Taqdeer Award Office. Some are the decision makers, some are the internal advisors for their own team, fantastic. And then we have a mixture of others. Seems that all of you have not participated in the previous Taqdeer award cycle. So this will be your first cycle. It will be a little bit challenging, but I will give you all the advice which I could. Then finally, the companies are from what I can see, that 39% of the companies today are from the construction industry, and the other 36% from manufacturing, then professional services, 7%, and some others. Later on, by the time we're going through different industries that covered by Taqdeer award, you will be able to really finding your own industry within the award category. Now, finally, will your company participating in the current year Taqdeer award? So 75% says yes, and 25% not sure yet. So hopefully by end of today's session, that you will have a better understanding and you will be able to make the final decision, or your company will have a better decision based on our presentation. Now, of course, when we're talking about Taqdeer award, that you know, by end of today's session or during the session, you might have a lot of questions in your mind, because it seems it's first time for you to have any interaction with Taqdeer. So do not worry about your questions. Whatever the questions you might have, I would like you to note it down. You can note it down on your own notepad or computer. Meanwhile, if you think something very important you would like to share, that also you can put it in the group chats in this case. Then I may not answer you immediately, because what happens is many questions that people usually come out during the session are actually answered in the session through our 4 hours presentation. Meanwhile, based on the past experience, this is the 4th cycle now of the award. So based on the past experience, what we have collected in 40 frequent asked questions. These are the questions we are sharing with you at the end of the session as well. There are all the answers to your questions. So example, in the last 2 weeks, the companies are preparing submission documents. And sometimes we do see people have questions. Then the question is sent to us, and nearly 99.9%, those questions all can be answered by the frequent asked questions or within the presentation which we are sharing with you. So no worry about that. Yes, I do. Thank you for Prakash saying that any newcomers joining, please mute your microphone, because once we start our presentation, the background noise could be really disturbing for other members. Yeah. So maybe let me have a quick introduction of myself. maybe a few people of you might know me. The rest maybe it's first time for us to meet. My name is Sue Kanakari, and I'm the delighted one today to be the one presenting the Taqdeer Award Company Awareness session for this lovely group. Although we are far away, you know, we can only wave from the screen. And I have been involved with the Taqdeer Awards from the beginning of the award, before the award actually has been introduced as a strategic initiative by the government of Dubai. I have been working closely with the award advisory team, where they have developed the framework and criteria. Then from the first award cycle in 2016, I have been working closely to support the Taqdeer Award Office and their team in the area of providing awareness sessions for companies, train the assessors, helping the assessors team during the assessment. So this is where my involvement once come to the Taqdeer Award coordination and management part. I'm not a permanent member of the award team. However, we are the kind of award advisory team that has been supporting the award office. Meanwhile, that I'm also have been involved in some of the actual assessment myself. So from an assessor's point of view or assessor's experience, that I also will share with you today, because you are the last group and the time for you to submit your the application are limited. So I would like to be your consider this 4 hours. I'm your internal advisor. I'm your internal consultant. I'm the ones that you want to increase my volume. Okay, I will be the ones that really helping you to have better understanding of the award and criteria. At the same time, help you or give you advice how to better prepare for the submission and avoid some of the common problems or the mistakes that has been made by the previous participating companies. This way you will have a better submission and better scoring, hopefully. Okay, the microphone, I think because I'm using an external mic, so the volume probably a little bit low. Let me try my best to speak a little bit louder, because the volume here seems it's automated or automatic. Yeah. Okay. So we will start our presentation, and during the presentation, after each section, I may pause to allow you to ask some questions if you have anything that really you need some quick feedback. And today, around maybe after we finish the criteria number 2, we will have a short break where you can, you know, stretch, have coffee, or, you know, catch up with your missed phone calls like that. But meanwhile, we will start our session today. Okay. Anyone who has, just forget about the link now. Link now is sharing for you for your info. Later on, you can put aside. If you have any question, let's answer later on, because I do not want to, you know, answer the same question to the people who are already asking. Yeah. So let's start our presentation today. Let me just share with you my screen. Hopefully this all will be. Can you all see the screen? Yeah. So,
yeah, we can see.
Perfect. Okay. So let's start with our presentation today. Taqdeer Awards, this is our last awareness session. So far, we already completed, you are number 7. We completed all the 6 company awareness sessions from June. And I understand that your group are the last minute group. So we decided to have this extra session to really help you to prepare and to join this year's participation for the awards. Taqdeer Awards, today we will be talking about 5 key areas. One, I will be doing an introduction and overview of the award, so you have a better understanding. What is Taqdeer Award? What is about, and how is this award managed? What's the benefit for you as a company? What's the benefit for your employees, example? Then the second part, we'll be looking closely about the Taqdeer award framework and criteria. This is the one that you need to really understand, because these are the ones that you will be doing your application based on those criteria. Then also, I will introduce to you what are the application process and the guidelines, what are the things that you might need to prepare or have in order to successfully participate in the awards. Then the first three, anyone who joined us, can you please mute your mic so there will be no background noise? Yeah. So number 4, we will look at is the Taqdeer award assessment. The assessment part, this is not something that as a company you will be concerning about. However, I would like to share with you what is the other side when the assessor look at your application. When the assessor come to do the site visit, what will they do? So you have a better understanding of how will you be assessed in the awards. So when you're doing the application, you will start to thinking from the assessor's point of view when you prepare the documentation. Then finally, as I said earlier, that we have 40 frequent asked questions, and it's their answers that we have collected over the last 3 cycles. And most of your concerned questions will be answered either during our presentation today or covered by the frequent asked questions. There's one thing today that, you know, we have a lot of information to cover, and I'm sure that will be, sometime you may feel a little bit overwhelming, the information overload, if I call that way. But don't worry about it, because I will emphasize on the important ones. The ones is just for info. I will just cover it lightly. You can read about this later on. So I would like to really maximize today's time that to get the maximum out of our session for all the members today. And because this is our last awareness session, so there will be no more for you to attend. So I would like you to really give your attention and you know, give your time and get engaged in the process. Okay, so let's start quickly with our introduction and the overview. So Taqdeer Award, before we start with my presentation, I would like to share with you a short video. And with this video, you will be able to have a nutshell about Taqdeer. This video was developed in 2016 when we started our first award cycle. So some of the information on the industry may not exactly as the current award cycle, but it gives you an overall view of the Taqdeer award and the general information. So please have it ready. We will start the presentation.
The Taqdeer Award is a unique Dubai government initiative and is the world's first points-based award program to enhance employer-worker relationship and set international benchmarks in labor practices. In its first cycle, the award focuses on construction companies and will rate them based on labor policies, facilities, infrastructure, health and safety, labor security, recruitment and wages, justice and transparency, communication and feedback, creativity and innovation, admin resolutions and instructions, labor perceptions, and key performance indicators. Companies will be evaluated by an independent judging committee who'll award them a rating between 1 and 5 stars. How to participate in the award. Register initial interest at www.taqdeeraward.ae. Companies meeting the initial criteria will be selected to proceed to Phase 2 and submit a more detailed application with supporting documentation. The whole process is managed through a custom-designed online smart system for improved security, efficiency, transparency, and privacy. After submission, a group of professional assessors will start the evaluation process. Part of the evaluation process is site visits, where the assessor will score using a special digital system built specifically for this award that will be the first ever totally smart assessment system. When the assessors have completed their evaluations, a committee of high-profile members from different and related fields will review the results through the system and make the list of winning companies. The results will be announced and the winning companies will be awarded at a special ceremony attended by local and international officials and covered by both local and international media. www.taqdeeraward.ae.
Okay. So far you had a quick view of the Taqdeer Awards. And one thing we need to know that also the award is sponsored, or we are under the patronage of His Highness Sheikh Hamdan bin Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. He's our award sponsor. Taqdeer Award, Taqdeer in Arabic, I think for the Arabic speaking members today, you will understand that Taqdeer means appreciation. So the Taqdeer Award is about appreciation. Appreciation for whom? Appreciation for the laborers themselves, the blue collar employees, the workers in your company, in your organization. Anyone who just joined, can you mute your... Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, so Taqdeer Award is appreciation for the laborers who really part of our society, who made this fantastic city called Dubai, that provided infrastructure, products and goods, provided different services. And then the second part of appreciation, these are the appreciation for the companies, those labor-intensive companies who are putting extra efforts to look after their employees, look after their people, look after the laborers themselves. So this is the appreciation, or the Taqdeer Awards. That's why we're saying the heart of the Taqdeer Award is really the people, the laborers themselves. And of course, the companies that looking after those people are the ones we are appreciating. These are the ones we are honoring as those star winners in our award. So Taqdeer Award, it started in 2016, and Taqdeer Award is a strategic Dubai government strategic initiative. It has been launched by the Dubai Permanent Committee for Labor.
Anyway, I told him, okay, I will send. But in Jordan standard, there will be.
So today we have some challenges when people joining. Huh? Okay. The award is a strategic initiative launched by Dubai Permanent Committee for Labor Affairs. And this committee is a cross-organizational committee whereby different government entities are involved. And this committee is our core sponsor of this award. And these awards are managed through the Taqdeer Award Office, which is physically residing in the immigration department in Jafliya, because the permanent committee, the chairman and the one who driving the Taqdeer Award initiative is from immigration. So what is the purpose of this award? The purpose of this award is really to making Dubai the preferred place for living and working. And the target companies here are the labor-intensive companies. So Taqdeer Award, compared to other awards, we are different. We are not a business excellence awards, like in the case of DQA or in the case of Skia. We are also not a HR award. We are not an award that we're going to really assessing the HR department, HR practice only, and rewarding the HR department. We are awards really for the labor and for the labor intensive companies. This is something I'd like you to remember. And current cycle is our number 4 cycle, 2020. And what's the difference between the current cycle and the previous 2016 to 18 cycle? This year, as you all know, globally, we are going through a very challenging and special period. So this year, the award will not only cover the, all the award criteria requirements, but this year also we would like participating companies to highlight your organization or your company's good practice that you have been doing in the area of fighting the pandemic, the COVID-19 impact, how you're really addressing those areas. So these are the things that will differentiate our current cycle compared to the previous cycles. Also this year, due to the current situation, this cycle, the site visits may be slightly different than the previous cycle. Previous cycle, during the site visits, the assessors team will come to your organization, we come to your head office, we go to your labor camp, we go to your project site, sometimes we go to your training site, depends on the sites that assessors think is necessary to cover. However, this year, during the current situation still not clear. By the time in beginning of November, when the situation are getting better or the government guidelines and rules and regulations become clearer, we will be able to tell whether this year we will be doing the same type of site visits, or it will be like a virtual visit, or it will be combination of that. So by the time towards the end of October, beginning of November, the Taqdeer Award Office, they will be coordinating with you when it's come to the arrangements. Let's look at the primary objective of the award. Here, I would not really want to highlight a lot because these are the things that I'm sure you can read about it later on. So as we mentioned earlier, the real objective of this award is really to making Dubai the most labor-friendly city. And this award will definitely improve the relationship between companies and the workforce, and especially the labor categories of your workforce. And ultimately, we hope this will improve and enhance the quality of life for workers. And these are the different things that really consist of the objective of the award. Now, I would like to share more with you about the benefits, because usually the company, or when you're going back to your leadership team, when you go back to your management team, usually when you say we should participate in this wonderful award called Taqdeer Award, then the management first thing will say, why? What's benefit for us? So here in the Taqdeer Award, the benefits really bring to all the three parties. One, of course, Dubai as an emirate, because it's a strategic initiative by the government of Dubai, so it should benefit Dubai. That second party will be benefiting out of this will be the participating organizations or the companies that you are working with. Then finally and ultimately, the benefits should go to the laborers themselves, because whatever the Taqdeer Awards criteria, framework, and whatever the things we do is really aiming at improving their living and working environment standard and have better opportunity for them. So these are the ultimate objective and benefits for these three key parties. Then, of course, when we introduced the Taqdeer Awards in 2016, back then, we are really trying to align Taqdeer Award with the strategy or the direction of Dubai government. So at that time, Dubai government had their 5-year plan, the Dubai Plan 2021. And this plan consists of 6 themes. These are the themes that the people, the society, the experience, the place, the economy, and the government. Taqdeer Award really is a fruit or is a strategic initiative that's really touching and contributing on all these 6 themes of the Dubai 2021 plan. When we talk about the people, we talk about a city of happy, creative, and empowered people. So here we translated that into really how do you as a company to ensure your employees, especially your laborers, are happy, creative, are empowered. So these are embedded into our framework and criteria. Then we talk about society, inclusive and cohesive society. In this case, again, how do you as a company involve your labor force, especially the laborers themselves, to be an active part of the society and contribute back to the society through various CSR projects or initiatives. Then when we talk about the experience, the preferred place to live, work, and visit, this is again the people that's employed by your companies, the laborers themselves, which are building this fantastic infrastructure of Dubai, or building those beautiful landmarks of Dubai. These are the people that we should appreciate. And also they should be able to really kind of enjoy the experience, whether it's working or living in Dubai as well. So of course, the place, the economy, government, these are the ones also covered in our detailed criteria. Later, I'm going to share with you. So overall, that Taqdeer Award is a government strategic initiative that contributing to the success of Dubai government's 2021 plan. Now let's have a quick look of the benefits for Dubai. Here again, I will not go item by item because this is something that you can read, you know, in your office or during your free time. But the really one major thing that contribute to Dubai is to positively contributing to the growth and diversification of Dubai economy. As we know that, I mean, from our own experience, we have been working closely with government of Dubai since the year 1999. That over 20 years, the government has put a lot of initiatives. Government has been putting a lot of excellence awards and all these awards. However, in the private sectors, that the awards really looking after the laborers and the employees are very limited, especially when the time we introduced Taqdeer Award, we were the first one really putting the efforts and the focus on the labor force. So, of course, when the companies are successful, when the employees and the laborers are happy, then this will definitely improve and enhance the image and reputation of Dubai. Then ultimately, this will contribute to the international competitiveness of UAE as a whole. So these are different benefits for Dubai. However, I'd like to share with you more of what are the benefits for participating companies. Why would your company participating in Taqdeer Award? What is the benefits? When we ask this question, sometimes with the participating companies, some of them say, of course, one of the benefits we would like to really to get on the stage, receive the beautiful trophy, and to let the government know we are a labor caring company. But ultimately, if you look deep down, the real benefit is the success or long-term sustainability and health of the organization. Because we all know in the 21st century, the real resources for the company are the talents, are the people. The talent doesn't mean only the, you know, the skilled employees or the expertise or subject matter experts, which they're holding PhDs, master degrees, but also these are the your competitiveness also coming from the workers, coming from the laborers who are really having the right skills to do the right job at the right cost and with the most efficiency and effectiveness, right? So that's why the companies, if they really want to benefit from Taqdeer, usually they really looking at long-term benefits. That's why we noticed that we have participating companies, they participated in the Taqdeer Award. They got their assessments, they got the feedback from the assessors. Then they improve on those. They put in actions to bridge those gaps. Then they coming back again, sometime next year, sometime a cycle later, they coming back and participate again. Because they think this really opened our eyes on the areas that we're not doing that well. This also help us to really have confidence in the area that we're doing well. We continue strengthening our strengths area. So, of course, there's another area of the benefits that is not mentioned here. This is something I like also want to highlight with you. Because Taqdeer Award is a free entry award. There's no financial obligation for any company to participate. Meanwhile, the award engages 3 independent professional assessors. So your company, when you're participating in the Taqdeer Award, your assessment document will be assigned to a team of professional assessors, a 3 members team. And on average, those 3 members team will have more than 10 to 15 years of professional experience, plus they are certified assessors. Then each of the members will spend on an average about 7 to 9 days on your application, or with the site visits, or the team reports and assessments. So in reality, you are getting about 30 days free consultation or management consultancy, if you call it. Then by end of the application, end of the assessment, the team will produce a documented assessment feedback report. In the feedback report, they will highlight your company's strengths in each of the sub-criteria area related to Taqdeer, and where are the areas for improvement. These are the things that when your management receive those reports back, you can look into those and come up with the right strategy or the right action to bridge those gaps and to improve your labor care performance. So these are the benefits. Of course, in addition to that, because Taqdeer Award is a government strategic initiative, that Taqdeer awards the Permanent Committee for Labor Welfare, as well as the judging committee members. These are usually the CEOs or the chairman of different government entities. So these are the government entities will give preferential treatments, or they will be giving some benefits for the award-winning companies. So this is something that also can benefit the companies. Of course, ultimately, when your company winning the award, whether you are 3 stars or 4 stars or 5 stars, that the award ceremony will provide publicity, that the media will have a complete coverage. Your CEO or representative will be on the stage to receive the trophy, and your nominated employee, whether it's the labor representative or the supervisor or the engineer, it will also be recognized. So that's another part of the benefit for companies. So let's look at what are the benefits for the, I call the heart of our world, which are the workers, the laborers themselves. One of the benefits for them will be they will have better understanding, knowledge of their rights, as well as their duties towards the employers. They ultimately will definitely increase the happiness, prosperity, and work satisfaction when they know the company really caring for them. The company provide the best infrastructure, facility, living standard for them. The company provide them with the necessary tools and equipment to do the job. The company provide them with this involvement, empowerment, and engagement, and their voice can be heard. The company ensures that the working environment and the living environment they having are safe. So all this will definitely improve their living conditions and improve their satisfaction and work relationship with the organization or the companies. And of course, by doing all this, they will have a better sense of job security, better sense of belonging, better sense of being part of an active community and part of active member in the organization or in the companies. So these are the different benefits for employees. Now, I would like to share with you at very high level, because we're going on details of each element. This is the framework of Taqdeer Awards. If you look at this Roman temple, Roman house, whatever you call it, the Taqdeer Award framework consists of 3 main criteria, or the main area. If you look down the foundation area, number 1 is essential fundamentals. Here in essential fundamentals, there are 250 points are allocated for this sub-criteria. By the way, we will be using certain terms when it comes to Taqdeer Award or any award. When we talk about award framework, we talk about the criteria. Then the criteria break down to sub-criteria and sub-criteria elements, like that. So when I refer to those, you will understand we're talking about sub-criteria. So sub-criteria number 1, essential fundamentals, we have 250 points. And those 250 points are equally distributed over 5 sub-criteria. The first one is labor policy and strategies. Here, the award will be looking at that you as a company or participating company, do you have the right policies, systems, processes, and guidelines in place? We will talk about the details later, don't worry for now. Then the second part, we'll look at the facilities and infrastructure. Here we will be looking at what kind of accommodation that you provide, the labor camp, labor accommodation, what kind of recreation and entertainment facilities that you provide in your employees, what kind of transportation that you provide for your employees. Then the third one is occupational health and safety. In this area, we will be talking about, do you have the right occupational health and safety policies in place? Do you communicate and train and educate your employees on those occupational health and safety practices, guidelines, and as well as do you provide your employees with the necessary tools, equipment, and PPEs to carry out their job when it comes to occupational health and safety. Of course, we also in here, we're covering the medical care for your employees. Then when we talk about labor security, here we will be looking at their security in your labor camp and the security when it comes to their jobs. Finally, we have recruitment and wages. Now, when we look at the middle one, the second part of our award house, the second sub-criteria, which is the culture and work environment. In culture and work environment, again, here we are covering 250 points spread over 5 sub-criteria. We will be looking at the labor relations. We'll be looking at how you as a company communicate and provide feedback with your employees. How do you ensure justice and transparency? How do you bring creativity and innovation of your labors into your organization? And finally, we'll look at the rules and regulations. Then on the top of the house, the roof part is the criteria 3, labor results. If you notice, the labor results has 500 points. This is very important, the result part. Why there are so much points related to the results? Because we call criteria 1 and 2, these are the enablers. These are the things that the organization we are doing in order to achieve or in order to accomplish the results we intended to, which is more happy and more satisfied employees and the laborers. Then finally also the target to achieve in our performance indicators. So in the labor result, we divided to 2 parts, labor perception and performance indicators. We'll look into details for all this area. So how did this framework and criteria was developed 5 years back? So when the award office wanted to develop this comprehensive award, our team did not only just looking from their, their own experience or the best practice in the local market. We really look at or use the 4 major references. Number 1 is the UAE labor law and the regulations, because all the things related to labor and workforce should be compliant with our UAE laws and regulations. Then the second thing we look at is the full alignment with the Dubai 2021 plan, which I discussed with you earlier. We fully aligned with all the 6 themes of the Dubai 2021 plan. Then, of course, when you talk about international level labor award, you have to look into the International Labor Organization, their conventions, their guidelines, as well as the human rights declarations. So this award is taking into account both the local as well as international references and regulations and the laws. So when you really doing well in the area of Taqdeer award, the company could be really proud to see that we are really can be internationally, doing really well because we comply with local as well as international requirements. Okay, So when we talk about Taqdeer awards, when we say the winners, what does that mean? Do we mean that each year there are certain number of winners that Taqdeer award will have? Or is this award allows all the companies to compete against each other as well as against themselves? So Taqdeer award, we are using a points system. So we don't really have, say, in 2020 cycle, we only can have 5 or 3 or 1 5-star companies. No. In here, we will say, in any cycle we are conducting, the company will be awarded the star based on the number of scores that they achieved. So in this case, if a company that's out of the 1,000 points and they receive 700 plus points, they will be recognized and rewarded as a 5-star company. So you will be a Taqdeer award 5-star companies, which means you receive 700 plus points. For the 4-star companies, this is between 550 to 699. Then 3-star are the 400 to 549, and 4 and 1-star accordingly. For the company who did not reach 200 points, which is very, very rare, but we did have case in the first award cycle where the company has no clue what it's about and they did not really prepare their application. They did not attend the awareness session. They did not understand the criteria very well. They did not really prepare their submission well. So they end up with a much lower score. So when we talk about those scoring, these are the ones that will be assessed based on the criteria, sub-criteria, which we discussed earlier. And this year, we were hoping to have more 4- and 5-star companies will be appearing, because some of the companies are return companies that they participated before. Maybe they got a 2-star, maybe they got a 3-star. Now they are really coming back, hoping to achieve better results. What are the sectors? Remember in the beginning of today's session, we asked you to fill in the questionnaire to see which sectors your company will be belonging to, right? So some of you, they say others. So that's maybe just to clarify here, you will have a better understanding. When the Taqdeer award was introduced in 2016, we're only covering one industry, which is the construction industry, because this is the industry usually the most labor intensive, and this is the industry that had a phenomenal growth and doing a lot of projects and activities there. Then the second cycle in 2017, we expanded our coverage of the industry, included manufacturing as well as free zone companies. One of the questions that asked earlier by one of the members, which is very valid, because free zone is very generic terms. Free zone may cover all these kind of different industries as well. So how do we differentiate ourselves? If you are a construction company and you are located in free zone, I would advise you to choose your category as construction. If you are manufacturing or you are factory based in one of the free zone, I would choose myself as manufacturing because more identical for myself. However, there are companies, they are in the free zone, but they are not falling into manufacturing, not falling into this, they may use that. But again, many of the companies, they fall into the professional services industry, which is introduced in our last award cycle. And current cycle, we're covering all the 4 industries. So the professional services industry, this could be the industry example, say I'm a taxi company, so I'm professional service provider, right? I'm the company providing cleaning services or security guards, or I'm the company providing maybe company maintenance repair services. So these are all professional services companies. Or sometimes also they could say I'm a hypermarket. I'm having supermarkets and have cashiers and all this, and I'm also part of the professional services. So these are the 4 categories of the industries that we're covering in Taqdeer awards. And the companies that we are covering, as we say, these are labor intensive companies. So we advise company when you want to participate in Taqdeer award, the best is to have minimum 100 full-time blue collar employees. Because if you have very little number of blue collar employees, most likely that in some of the award criteria area, you will not have enough information to provide or to prove. Okay, now the Taqdeer Award, in the introduction video, you probably already seen that we have the assessors which are going to assess your companies, and then we have the distinguished judging committee members. These will be the ones that approve the final award rating or the star rating to be awarded for each company. And the judging committee members, these, as I mentioned to you, are usually the senior directors, CEOs, or even the chairman of different government entities. From the past experience, these are the members coming from, example, immigration, Dubai Municipality, the Ministry of Human Resources and amortization, Dubai Police, the Human Rights departments, and all this. So this is a government representative from different departments. They will be the ones as the judging committee to finally approve the award scores and award stars that your company will be receiving. Okay, the award ceremony. Can we have okay, let me mute. Okay, so the award ceremony, these are the ones will be conducted at the end of the award. This is the place where winners will be announced and they will be celebrated during the official award ceremony. This year, the award ceremony most likely will happen in the beginning of 2021, January. The award management usually will invite local, regional, and international dignitaries, which concerning for the labor relations. And very often we have the representative from different councils of different countries. These are the labor intensive or the labor market countries. They are also part of the ceremony. And of course, Dubai government representatives, His Highness, etc. Now, the award trophy, usually when you achieve 3 to 5 stars, then you will receive the official trophy. Those trophy and those winning companies will be presented during the award. And the management representative or the CEOs of the companies, they will be receiving the awards, or sometimes HR director. Then the certificate of appreciation will be issued to the participating companies who, even you did not say, I only received 2 stars, we did not reach to 3 stars, but the appreciation certificates were also issued by the award office. Then, as I mentioned earlier, that Taqdeer Award is not only appreciation for the companies, because ultimately the benefit is really for the laborers themselves. So the recognition also will be received by the nominated individual laborers or engineers or the supervisors that nominated by the winning companies. So if your company are achieving 3 to 5 stars, you will not only be recognized as a company, you also have the privilege to nominate the representative of your labor force to go on the stage to get recognition as well. And they also get benefits as well. From our previous experience, the nominated labor themselves, they get the return tickets home, they get extra months paid leave, they get many benefits, sometimes cash benefits as well. So that's really something special and touching. As you can see from the picture here, last award ceremony, that one representative of the labor was the one that actually get on the stage and made the speech and sitting next to His Highness. So this is about the award ceremony. This year again, that due to the pandemic and due to a lot of things are still uncertain, so the award office currently are making Plan A and Plan B. Plan A, that the award ceremony this year will be conducted virtual with a certain award system or ceremony system. The Plan B will be, if things are getting better in January, the award ceremony will be gathered like we used to be, if the government allows bigger size gathering. Or maybe it's mixture of Plan A and B. Again, the award office will update all the participating companies in the right time when the situation are getting clear. So this is some good news I'd like to share with you. If you look at this slide, you could notice that in the last 3 award cycles that we have more and more companies are gaining 5 stars and 4 stars. One of the reasons some companies are continuing improving. The other reasons that companies nowadays, we provide much more comprehensive awareness sessions so they can be better prepared. The other good news, if you look at on the left side, the lower part, that's 56% of our participating companies last cycle, they obtained 3 stars and above. So really the companies are showing their good performance, their good achievement when it comes to labor welfare. And this year we have companies from different industries, and we have companies approved supplier or contractor for Expo 2020. So hopefully this year we also would like to see some good achievement by all companies. Then if you look up there, 890, this is a benchmark score that to be, we call it the record to be broken or beaten. That this is the high score achieved by one of the 5-star companies. So the high score ever achieved in the Taqdeer award history is 890. So hopefully in the future or current cycle, we will have company can even achieve better. So this is the overall picture, and this would hopefully will motivate you and encourage you that Taqdeer awards, more and more companies are participating, more and more companies are achieving better results. Okay, so now we will go on to the real core of the award framework and the criteria. This is something that I would like to really call your pay a little bit more attention to. This is the areas that you will be developing your application to address each and every item on it. So this is the area I will spend more time. And if you have any questions in between, I may pause a little. If you have questions, then we may have a quick Q&A. Yeah. So let's move on. Don't worry, after in the middle of this framework criteria, we have a short break. So each one of us can, relax for a few minutes. Okay, let's start with the award. We already covered this, that the award consists of 1,000 points and covering 3 major criteria, and 250, 250, and 500 each. So let's look into the first part of it. The first sub-criteria, the 250, these are the ones spread over 5 sub-criteria, from 1.1 labor policies to strategy to 1.5 recruitment and wages. We will take each sub-criteria element. Then we'll look at the items under each one, and then I will explain those to you. I will also highlight what assessors might look for from the assessment point of view, and these are the advice that you can take for your preparation for your award submission. So when we talk about the first sub-element of the labor policy and strategy, these 50 points, these are the ones spread over evenly to 5 key items. The first item is equal opportunity. If you notice the coding as well, when we use the coding 1.11, this is the first sub-element of 1.1 labor policy and strategy. So when you create or when you refer in your application or your submission document, please use the same reference points like we do in the award, because this is how the assessors will also use the reference points back in the same way. So the first element is equal opportunities. The second is forced labor. Third, labor rights and responsibilities. Fourth is the corporate social responsibility, and fifth is the code of ethics. We will look into each one that will explain in details. However, the overall core of this 1.1, the labor policy and strategy, is really to ensure that the award participating companies, you do have in place, that you have prepared, you have documented, you have approved policies and systems related to HR and the relevant area, relevant to all these 5 areas, that you are also review and enhance. So these are the ones that covering not only the management, supervisory or skilled employees, but also covering your unskilled laborers and workers. So this is something keep in mind. Now we will be looking to the key area of each sub-elements, and we will look at from the perspective of assessors. That's why we say, what would assessors look for? However, before I start with that, I'd like to highlight for you of this cycle in front of you. If you look at on the top part, we will see a 5 elements cycle. We call the think, plan, deploy, evaluate, and lead. This is what we call the cycle of excellence, which we created about 15 years back when we were doing the excellence programs. And this is the cycle that has been enhanced based on Dr. Dimon's famous PDCA cycle. So if today we have managers or members from the quality department, safety department, they all quite familiar with the PDCA cycle. So why do we share this with you here? Because we would like you, while you develop your application, keep this cycle in mind that, you know, who leads in the area of the policy development? How do we think of the end result? How do we plan for it? How do we deploy or execute? And how do we evaluate? Keep that in your subconscious when you're doing the application development, when you're doing the site visits, when you interact with the assessors, because this is something the assessors have been trained to look for things. Then to explain this cycle, I will show you a quick video, which lasts about a minute. This will give you a quick summary in stuff I'm explaining. So let's share the video right now.
To achieve supremacy, Team Power International Cycle of Excellence framework consists of 5 interrelated elements. Element 1 aims at the leader, who will take the initiative and be accountable for the results. In the lead element, the person in charge is expected to lead by example, focus on vision, be innovative and self-motivated. Element 2 is to decide on the direction, expected outcomes and positive impact. The driving force of the think element is the value proposition we provide to stakeholders. Element 3 is to draw the roadmap. In the plan element, our focus is directed at integrating approaches, resources, scenarios and structures needed for success. Element 4 is to execute the established blueprint. The deploy element focuses on how to mobilize and effectively utilize resources and competencies driven by a true sense of urgency. Element 5 aims at reviewing the results and achieved outcomes. The evaluate element determines the level of success and identifies any gaps that need to be addressed. This will help refine the planning and deployment of any future undertaking and will lead to starting a new cycle.
So as you can see that we would like to keep this cycle in mind when we're doing our application and during the assessment. However, let's look at 1.11, the first element when it's come to 1.1, the policies and strategy. So the first element we are talking about equal opportunities. When we talk about equal opportunities, what does the assessors look for? What do you as a company, when you prepare as a team for your application, what do you need to highlight there? So here the assessors or the award office would like to see, as a participating company, how do you address equal opportunities among all your employees? So which means we expect to see there must be some kind of policies or some kind of rules and regulations or guidelines in place in your organization that addresses the equal opportunities. Most likely from our past experience that companies in their HR policy, in their recruitment policy, in the relevant policy area, they have equal opportunities are highlighted. So equal opportunities means that we as a company, we provide the rights for all employees, no matter which level of the organization, no matter which country they are coming from, no matter whether they are male or female, no matter which kind of religious belief that they have, that they all have the right to receive the proper, training, the career progress, that they are have the equal opportunity once come to recruitment, once come to the wages and benefits, once come to the reward and incentives, etc. So here, the highlights, very often you will see on the right side, we have things highlighted in yellow. These are suggested items based on experience, but not means, it's not a checklist, please. So each organization, we understand Taqdeer is a word assessing your organization, your practice related to labor care. So each company depends on your industry, depends on your business practice, depends on your organization strategy. You may have a different methods or different practices in place, different system in place. So the Taqdeer words want you to show us what kind of policies and system you have in place that address the area of equal opportunities. So keep in mind, not a checklist, huh? And again, remember we talked about earlier that 2020 cycle is a very unique cycle because this is the year we facing the challenge of the pandemic, the COVID-19 situation. So in this case, assessors sometimes may ask additional questions when they do site visits, or you as a company, you can highlight from your own organization practice if it's relevant to the current pandemic practice. So in the area of equal opportunities or in the area, the assessors may even ask, or the sample or the example questions that the assessors might ask could be, what impact did the COVID-19 have on your organization's policies and procedures in relation to the equal opportunities? So for example, that how do you address equal opportunities when it's come to the current COVID-19? Did you have any amendment to your policy systems or procedures, or how do you ensure equal opportunities are applied during this very unique situation? So things like that, assessors might ask, or you can even highlight in your application. Anything you highlight, your good practice in the area fighting the pandemic will be plus points for your organization. So please do highlight for this unique cycle 2020, all your good practice related to preventing or fighting the pandemic and to look after your employees and your workforce and your laborers. So this is the advice I would like to give you overall. So equal opportunities, quite straightforward. The second part is forced labor. Forced labor, this part, remember we said we are referring back to international laws, we're referring to human rights laws. So forced labor is part of those requirements. In the forced labor area is the company, your participating company, how do you address the necessity to be committed to not employ workers are forced to work? So in a way that you do not, as a company, force your employees to carry out the work against their will, and do not use certain threats, could be threat of termination, threat of that they may not being fairly treated, threats of other means that they have no option but to do the jobs voluntarily. In the sense of here, of course, every employee has to carry out their duties. And in this case, we're not talking about the employees say, I do not want to go to work today because I'm not in the mood. No, here we're talking about, are you requesting these employees to do the job outside their responsibilities, outside their capabilities, without their consent? Or are you forcing the employees to do overtime that they, without their kind of agreement or consent? Or are you forcing the employees to do certain job against their will that could, you could use that as a punishment? So these are the things that the organization should avoid. The other things that organization, part of the forced labor, which is not directly but indirectly practiced in the industries we have seen here, is that sometimes because the recruitment was done overseas in certain labor markets, and the recruitment agencies in those local markets, they charge a huge fee for the candidates or the laborers in order for them to come into this wonderful fancy city called Dubai. So the people has no option but to sell their land or borrow money from everyone of their families or friends in order to come to work in Dubai. So in this case, that they become forced to work, they have no option but because of the debts accumulated. Maybe they have to work for 6 months or 12 months in order just to pay the debts that they have borrowed in order to come to Dubai. So these are the things that we're talking about as forced labor. So again, as a company, what do you need to show? You need to show, do you have any policies or kind of practices in place that's preventing forced labor practice in your company? So this is something I want you also keep in mind when we come to talk to assessment. Assessment is different than audit. Here, assessment, they're not only looking at the documents, but they also want to see your documented policies and systems, how they applied in real day-to-day business. So this is the time that they would like to see evidence. They would like to sometimes talk to the people. They would like to interview your managers. They would like to get feedback to have a better sense of how your organization really preventing the practice of forced labor in your organization. Okay, the next one is the, we're talking about the labor rights and duties. As we all know, that one of the major things for organizations is that the employees, they should understanding their rights and also understand what are the duties they have towards their organization, right? So in this case, that the participating company, they need to address the need to have labor policies and or strategies in place which ensure mutual benefits for both the company and the workforce. And those company policies should address the rights, duties, and responsibilities of different labor groups within your company. That does the people understand what is really their job is about? Do they have some kind of job description specification? Here, we're not talking about job description specification for managerial staff. We're talking about, are you having any means or system in place that your workers on the front line, your workers are the construction workers or the factory workers, the people who are, say, a carpenter, that do I know what is my job is about and what are the responsibilities I have, what are the duties I need to perform? Meanwhile, what are the rights I have? Do I have the rights of certain, resting hours? Do I have the rights for my day off? Do I have the rights for public holidays? Do I have the rights to have end of service benefit? Do I have the rights to have the ticket home, etc.? So all the labor force in your organization should be informed of their rights and obligations through the various approved communication channels. So now you say that we have job descriptions, we have the work specifications, we have information like that. How do you communicate those information to the employees using the right channel so they would understand that? How do you ensure that the contract they signed are really in the language they understand or has been explained to them before they sign it, example? So these are the things that you need to look into when it comes to rights and duties. Do you also, the female workers, do they understand they have the rights to receive the maternity leave and the dedicated feeding hours after the delivery baby, things like that? So these are the things that you need to assess what really would like to see. Do you have policies and systems and practices in place in your organization that ensures the labor fully understand their rights and duties? You have methods or communication channels to communicate such thing with your employees throughout the whole organization, vertically and horizontally. So one of the questions assessors might ask related to the pandemic could be, what impact did COVID-19 had on your labor policies and strategies? And you may also highlight example, you talk about rights and duties. Here maybe in your company, in order to ensure the prevention of the spread of the disease, maybe you added certain things to the employees that it's everyone's duty to maintain social distance, wearing masks, have proper personal hygiene, etc. You know, so depends on what's your organization practice, you can highlight. But again, when we talk about the Taqdeer Award, the application and submission, we talk about everything you submit should back up with documented evidence. So in this case, what kind of documented evidence might be? Could be the policies you have in place, could be the sample job descriptions or specification related to the labors themselves, or could be the communication. Example, you may have a focus group, one people join the company, you may do an induction to tell them their general rights and their obligations to working in this country or in Dubai. So different types of documented evidence you might use to support your submission. Now the next one, 1.14. This is corporate social responsibility. Here, one thing I want you to just to differentiate a little bit, you know, with, you know, ISO assessors or auditors, the first thing they're thinking of, you will be, oh, I know this is ISO 26000. But here, keep in mind, every sub-criteria and criteria we have here is in the context of Taqdeer Award. So Taqdeer Award here, we talk about corporate social responsibilities in relationship with the labor force. So here, what will the assessors look for? The assessors will look for that the participating companies to the award, do you have any kind of CSR policies or plans in place? Do you have any budget allocated to that? And how do you ensure that the rights and guidelines for laborers to involve in those in community events, activities, or CSR initiatives? And what are the things that your organization carry out to show that you are a responsible, good corporate citizen, right? So this is the things that the assessors team will be looking for. So this could be the policies, could be the systems, could be guidelines, could be CSR budget, could be CSR plans. Here, the core area is about how do you really involve your employees, including the labor force, not only the management. Very often we go to organizations and we have CSR programs, and our leadership and the management team, they are actively involved in that. But seems they forgot to involve the labor force themselves. And those CSR activities, again, should be volunteering, right? Not that you force your employees to do. Because it's a CSR that you have to go get on the bus, we take you to the beach, and you have to go there to clean the beach, even you do not want to. Or we take you on a bus, we take you to the hospital, you thought you're going there for a checkup, suddenly you realize that we force you to do blood donation. So those CSR or volunteering activities should not be forced on the employees without their consent. So let me share with you maybe some kind of good practice that we have observed in different companies. For example, one of the companies, they say that we are in the construction industry. So because we are in the construction industry, we want to use our own skills and expertise to take care of, to be part of the CSR activities. So they say in the last 15 years, we have a special relationship with this school for children with special needs. And we go in there to maintain their facilities, to repair their furnitures, to repair their things. And our workers that's in the construction field, they are volunteers to go there. So some of them going there to do the repainting of their classrooms, others going there to repair those broken chairs and tables, others do their regular maintenance. This is part of their CSR. And the company, they say, our CSR, in addition to the local activities, not just, you know, the Ramadan tents or National Day party. We are also looking into taking care of the social activities or CSR activities in the area, in the country where most of our employees are coming from. So in this case, they say in the area, example, in certain villages in India, certain places in Philippines, because these are the places our employees are coming from or our labor force are coming from. We are supporting the local clinics, we are building schools, we are providing scholarships, we are doing different things. That's also a type of CSR, but this is in a different way. So here, your organization, what are your practice in the area of corporate social responsibilities, and how do you involve your employees in the area of corporate social responsibility activities that you have? This could be the one you highlight in your application. Then, of course, during this special period of the pandemic, what kind of guidelines did you issue to your laborers to prevent the spread of COVID-19 throughout the community? You know, remember, they are living in your labor camp example, but they are also an active part of the community. So how do we ensure that as a community member, we educate our employees and our laborers to make sure they are taking care of themselves, they are taking the necessary preventive measures to prevent the spread of the virus throughout the community, right? This could be something that you might want to highlight if it's relevant to your organization. Again, these are only suggestions and guidelines we're giving you, but Taqdeer Award is not a checklist. So each company, based on your own practice, you highlight what you do and which good system you have in place. Then finally, the number 5 element is the labor code of conduct. In the area of code of conduct, most of companies, you have your code of ethics, code of conduct, code of business ethics, whatever the name you have it, no problem. And these are the ones that should highlight what are the behavior or the conduct that the employees, whether they are CEO or they are watchmen or they are security guards or cleaner, everyone should really obey, right? And then not only say we have a code of conduct in place, how do you communicate the code of conduct to make sure that your employees, especially the labor force, that they fully understand? Because remember, a lot of them do not necessarily speak the language of your business language. Could say we are a company, our business language could be English or could be Arabic, but the employees from different country and they may not having really high education, so they may not fully understand the terms or the actual code of ethics which we have. So how do we ensure they understand that? How do we communicate to them? So this is something you may also want to highlight. Then you may also want to highlight if in the case of people break the code, what are the performance consequences? Are your employees aware of that as well? So code of conduct is our last key elements related to criteria 1.1, and these are the highlights we share. So in a way, the similar formats we will be carrying on the remaining of the sub-criteria, and with that, the speed I may pick up a little bit faster, a little bit slower, depends on the importance of those sub-criteria area. Okay, let me see, there's some kind of chat. Any questions anyone have here? If no questions, I will be moving on, okay? Okay, let's move on. So the second part is the facilities and the infrastructure. In the area of facilities and infrastructure, this takes 50 points. And in these 50 points, we are covering 3 key elements. Number 1, labor housing. Number 2, recreation and entertainment facilities. And finally, the transportation. So here, really, the World Office or the World really want to make sure that the participating companies are providing suitable facilities and infrastructure that will ensure workers will be able to live in a comfortable space or accommodation with the right recreation and entertainment services or facilities, and they have the right transportation moving them from work, between work and living space. Yeah, so this is what are the things that the assessors will be looking for, or the area will be covered. Now again, depends on organization practice. Some companies, they providing regular meals free of charge. Some companies saying that we have allowance and employees, they cook, we provide them with cooking facilities. So it depends on their own policy and the practice that the different labor housing facilities will be provided. So again, what will be the assessors look for? When you want to address the area of labor accommodation, what will be the things assessors would like to see? They would like to see that you as a company, do you provide laborers with suitable and adequate accommodation that comply with the government regulations and requirements, which will protect the workers' well-being and their dignity. Of course, this should improve the living standards and really increase the satisfaction. So what will be provided in the accommodation? From the general practice, the items on the right, highlighted in yellow, are the most of the things that the labor accommodation usually are provided. So here, do you have the proper ventilation system in place, especially now during this year, during the pandemic? How do you ensure the ventilation is proper? That do you have the proper AC? Do you have proper lighting? What are the living and the bedroom space? Do you crowd so many people in one small room, or you are following the government's rules and regulations, ensure the minimum square meter per person in their bedroom or living room, right? What kind of furnitures and fixtures do you provide as an employer? What type of sanitary facilities do you provide? Do you provide sufficient facilities that can accommodate for the number of workers living on site? Or do they have to queue for hours in order to, say, take a shower or prepare themselves before work? What kind of food or kitchen or dining rooms that you provide for your employees? If you do not provide a meal, do you provide them with food storage, preparation services, or you provide catering service yourself? What kind of laundry facilities do you provide? Some companies, they say we provide free laundry services. The others say we provide washing machines so people can do their own laundry. Do you provide space where they actually can hang their clothes? Do you provide sufficient washing machine that employees will be able to use whenever they need to? Do you have a prayer rooms on site or nearby your labor camp whereby employees can go for the prayers? Do you have lockers, medical service rooms? Do you provide internet? Do you provide regular pest control? Or especially in the pandemic, do you do disinfection services for your facilities? What kind of fire protection services do you do? So these are the things that assessors might look for when they come into the area of labor accommodation. And one of the questions assessors might ask, or you might want to highlight in your application, is what preventive measures did your company take to prevent the spread of COVID-19 or the pandemic or the virus in your labor accommodation? What are the good practices you do to prevent the spread of the virus in your labor accommodation? This is something that you can highlight. Now, the next thing we talk about recreational entertainment facilities. So here, because companies with labor intensive, that you provide the labor housing, and when people between work and sleeping time during their leisure time, what other facilities do you provide for them? So there, again, on the right side, this are a list of the common things we have observed during our visits or during the previous company's participation. So some companies, they provide a small gym on site so their employees can do physical exercise. Some provide sports facilities such as basketball, volleyball, whatever the facilities might be interest to their employees. Some may have a reading room or library room, what you call it, where people can read, have quiet hours. They most of them having TV lounges where people can gather to watch TV. Again, here to make sure that the size of those are relevant to the number of employees or can accommodate sufficient number of employees. Some company provide computer room because not everyone got their laptop, so they provide computer room with some computers where the employees can learn the computer skills or communicating with their families. Other companies may provide some small game rooms, indoor game room. They may play table tennis, they may play billiards, they may allow people to play different games. And a few companies, what they did, they said during the cool winter seasons of Dubai, that they even bring outdoor cinema once a while to their accommodation as part of their recreation for their employees. And many companies, they organize sporting competitions between their employees or between the employee and the management or between different camps. And they also organize pre-scheduled events. So for example, when the national cricket team coming to play in the UAE, they organize their employees and they take them to watch those games. So different organization has different practice. So please do highlight your company's practice when it's related to employee recreation and entertainment facilities. Here again, please keep in mind, these are focusing on the labor force. So maybe your organization, in your head office, you may have a gym for the management team to access, but if the employees or the workers do not have really access, those may not really become beneficial for those workers. So here, those entertainment or recreational facilities are mainly related to the ones that employees have access to. Now, the next one is transportation, the final item. Transportation in this area is about you as an employer or as a company. How do you ensure you provide necessary transport to mobilize your laborers from their living space or the labor camp or labor accommodation to the workplace and back? So in this case, the transportation provided should be ensure availability, that employees should be able to have those. Let me just silence some of the microphones. Yeah, okay. So employees should have accessibility to those transportation, and those transportation should be available for the employees, that they do not need to wait in the heat for hours for their bus to come pick them up. And also those transportation, can we have everyone mute your microphone, please? Because it's quite tough for me trying to mute everyone's microphone from time to time. Yeah. Okay. So when it comes to the transportation, what are the things assessors might look for, or the good practice that we have seen in companies? What are the things that they provide? One of them, of course, the transportation should be really safe for your employees, right? Who wants to get on a bus and that the bus have accidents on the road? Then we want to make sure that the traffic accidents free. We want to make sure the buses taking the employees are clean, that they are well maintained, that they have the right ACs in place or the cooling fans based on the government regulatory requirements. The cold drinking water units, some advanced buses, they provide that as well, especially during summer periods. And do they have the first aid box in their transportation on the bus? Do they have available seats? These are must-have. Imagine that the bus can accommodate 35 people and I have 50 people there, and some of them might end up standing. That is not right. Again, also, when we talk about during the pandemic, the buses, depends on the government regulation, they may not allow you to sit everyone next to each other as the old days. So we have to also keep that in mind. What are the practices the guidelines the government issuing during the pandemic. Yeah, and then what are the waiting time? That the employees wake up in the morning, they have to have 1 hour in advance because of they have to wait for the bus, or the bus actually waiting for the employee to get on to reach to the workplace as fast as smooth as possible, right? Then the emergency doors, the accessibility. Also, do you provide your employees with a shuttle bus during weekend holidays? Some good 4 or 5-star companies, they do provide that shuttle bus to a certain place because labor camp is far away from the city, example. So different organization, different practice. Please do highlight your good practice when it comes to transportation. Keep in mind what are the things that you do and what are the evidence you might want to submit. Again, some company, they say, we do not really have our own buses and drivers. We outsource this service to a RTA approved supplier. That's perfect fine. But you as a company, you need to also ensure that the supplier are actually deliver the transportation services based on your requirements, the government requirement, and you do audits or inspections regularly to ensure their compliance with that, right? So these are the things that you might want to look into when it comes to the transport. Now, the next item in the fundamental, which is the occupational health and safety. In the area of occupational health safety, this 50 points is spread over 4 key elements. One is the medical care. One is the occupational health safety procedure and guidelines. The third is the training and awareness related to occupational health and safety. And finally, safety clothing and tools. So that's looking to each one in details. What would assessors look for? How would you prepare for your application, right? So when we talk about medical care, here the award office or the assessors would like to see how you as an organization or as a company provide special or general preventive health and medical care. So you provide a general and preventive care, right? Such as medical tests, medicine, injections, outpatient, inpatient services, etc. Of course, we know that by law that every company is providing their employees with medical insurance. Here, the difference between maybe a 2-3-star company versus a 5-star company, that the 5-star company provides much more comprehensive medical insurance or coverage for their employees, or they have on-site doctor and nurses that around the clock to care for their employees. So in this case also, most of the companies we assess, they also have, whether they're HR or their admin departments, they keeping records of their staff, especially monitoring the staff with a chronic illness. And they can easily identify the high-risk groups. For example, during this year, we know that the new virus that can easily having high risk related to the people have certain chronic illness or above certain age. In your case, in your organization, can you quickly identify those high risk groups and you do preventive measures, especially for those high risk groups? Or when you assign tasks or when you assign the interaction or on-site jobs, that the higher risk groups will be considered for extra prevention, or maybe prevent them to go to those tasks that can easily interacted or contracted the disease, right? So also, as I mentioned, that based on the local regulations, the organization may provide those, they call the first aid room or medical room or whatever the room you call it, and sometimes in your accommodation, sometimes even in the project site, if it's a construction project example. And of course, in addition to that, do you provide the proper sick leave, the accident leave, or when there's work-related injury or illness, do you provide treatment? Or do you simply telling your employees, which we have seen also from the bad practice part, we did have seen company, or from the interview or the focus group with employees, we found out that the company, when the employee really got sick, whether it's work-related or non-work-related, they just simply tell them, go home at your own cost and get your treatment. When you're fit, then come back to work. Otherwise, we will not recruit you back again. So this is not really a responsible or labor care organization. So the things that you might want to look into when it comes to the Medicare or medical care, and these are the things highlighted on the right side. Disease prevention. Example, if you have suspected the employee may have close contact with someone which is already tested positive, do you provide the employee the proper tests, right? And do you also have some kind of isolation or quarantine facilities? Example, if this employee have a fever or something and you suspect that might be something that can be spread to others, well, how do you deal with that? Do you keep the employee in the same shared room, or you put them into a special isolation room whereby you have people to look after to provide the necessary things? So these are the things that the assessors might want to look for. These are the things that you might want to highlight in your application. Okay. Now the next one is occupational health and safety policies, procedure, and guidelines. This is the area that usually your operation or safety departments, this is their core. Because of the industry, different industry have certain requirements. Most of the organization we have seen participating in Taqdeer, they all have the relevant OSH system in place. Some of them, they may implementing the relevant ISO standards, such as the 45,000 or 18,000. The others, they may follow the International Labor Organization, OSH guidelines. So overall, the assessors would like to see you as a company, you do prepare, document, implement and update relevant policies, procedure, guidelines, or instructions that related to occupational health and safety for your employees. So in addition to that, also they would like to see that you do have the practice or system in place that you can identify hazard and threats, and you do assessment of those risks, and you put in the necessary measures and controls to mitigate such risks and impact for your employees. So these are the things that the assessors would like to see. And of course, as a company, you must also to ensure that you need to provide your employee with a work environment that is free from hazard, accident, or injury, right? So here, what would the assessors look for are highlighted on the right side with the yellow. And of course, part of it is the OSH communication, which will link to the next sub-criteria element. This is about training and awareness, focusing on the occupational health and safety. In the past, sometimes the companies making mistakes. They talk about training and awareness. They talk about their training plans on supervisory, on soft skills, on all this. However, here, keep in mind, in the context of this sub-criteria element, the focus here will be occupational health safety related training and awareness. And especially when it comes to communication of those related to different workforce groups or the labor groups. So here, different companies again have different practices. However, you do need to have your right policies and system in place related to how to educate your employees when it comes to your company occupational health safety policies and systems. So the awareness could carry out with various methods. Some of them doing with training sessions, some with the initial induction session, they already talk about occupational health and safety. Then, of course, health safety is not one-time training or one-time awareness job. So they do regular toolbox talk, daily regular briefing meetings, sometimes focus groups, sometimes on-the-job coaching, sometimes through the first aid training. So various methods and communication channels that you might use for your training and awareness of your occupational health and safety policies, systems, and practices, right? So when you do that, you need to make sure that you do documenting or recording those training records, right? Who are the people attended? How often do they attend? Do you do regularly? Do you do quarterly? Do you do refresher sessions? What kind of sessions they do? And also what kind of topics do you cover in those sessions? Again, depends on your industry, depends on your company business. So if you are in the area of construction, you may want to highlight the area of handle hazards, how to manage or working at height, how to carry out electrical works, how to do excavation, etc. If you are in manufacturing, maybe how to handle certain equipment, how to do using certain gears, and of course, if generally at this moment, you may all want to ensure awareness are carried out for people and highlighted on the good hygiene practice. Remember, washing your hand, how to wash hand proper, how to wear the masks proper. I don't know if you have such experience. Once in a while, when I have to go out, when I go to the supermarket or other places, very often you do see people or the employees can we have silence, please? So you may also see employees actually having masks, but a lot of them not wearing the mask right. Some of them upside down, inside out. Some of them, the whole nose is complete out. Some of them, the mask they are using, not even kind of, you can tell is so wear out. It's not even preventive anymore. So these are the things, do you really educate your employees? For example, also, let's assume that we are a cleaning company and part of our cleaners has to work for the clinics and hospitals. How do we ensure that they are fully trained and fully aware of how to handle biological, chemical hazard or waste? Example, for the people who finish their they dispose that, use the masks or gloves or other things, how do they ensure that when they handling those, they will not get themselves into risks? So these are the different things that you want to cover in the area of training and awareness related to OHS. And again, depends on your company's policy, depends on your nature of business and industry practices, you carry out and highlight the contents that is necessary for your employees to carry out their work in a safe environment, right? Then finally, the last item here is about safety tools. As we all know, as employers, for the employee to carry out their job successfully, they need to provide all necessary machines, equipment, and tools, right? So what are the things that you do provide your employees to ensure that they will be working accordance with your organization occupational health and safety guidelines and policies and in a safe environment, right? So in this case, this could be the machines, the equipment, the safety tools that you provide, and especially in the area of currently what are the PPEs, personal protective equipment you provide for your employees. If you are working in the area of cleaning, then for sure, gloves, masks, and those. Today example, we notice some of our participants are wearing masks because you're working from offices. You want to make sure that your health is being taken care of. So others, if they are working in a very loud environment or the factory has such a sound that they may use ear plugs, right? And if they have to work in a high place, they have to have full protection. And if they are working construction site, of course, the helmets, the boots, and all the necessary things. So when we talk about personal protective equipment, not only about you providing them once only, we're also talking about how do you have a system in place that you can plan, you can inventory, and you can ensure that timely distribution and replacement of those personal protective equipment or the machinery or tools and equipment in order for the employees to carry on their job, right? So these are the things that you might want to look into when we're talking about safety tools. Now, the number 4 item of our fundamental, remember the criteria 1 fundamental is labor security. In this case, labor security, these 50 points only covering 2 items. The first item is labor camp security. the second item is the job security. So labor camp security, this is related to the labor camp facilities earlier, remember? So when we talk about labor camp security, now you have a large number of your employees living on the facilities of the labor camp or labor village, whatever the name you call it. How do you ensure that the people living there, their personal as well as their belonging will be safe, right? So do you provide a kind of security system on site to ensure that the employees or the staff, their property and assets all will be protected? Do you have some kind of security policies, procedures, and guidelines in place that implemented and regularly reviewed and updated? Who are the ones who will be monitoring and reporting those security issues? Do you have security cameras, CCTV installed? Are they installed in the right place? Are they actually working? And who are the ones monitoring those recording? How long those recording will be retained until they are override? Sometimes the organization say, yeah, we record that. Then we say, how long do you keep those? They say, oh, we're only keeping for 3 days. And it's become auto rewrites. The others say, no, we're keeping for 2 weeks. The others say, no, we're keeping for longer. So this is again, and who are the people who have access to those security recording and monitoring? Do you have security officers on site? And how do you ensure entrance access control? Some companies, they say access control for employees, they were using an access card and swap and in. And others, they saying that in addition to that, if you have visitors, we have the security guards on site that they do the necessary. Then during this pandemic, do you have extra monitoring and control in place, such as you're using the temperature control in your entrance to your labor camp? So people, when they come back, they will know they have not having fever or any problems, so they can take action accordingly. So these are the things that you might want to highlight of your labor camp security. Which are the systems do you have in place? Which are the policies you have in place? Which kind of security monitoring equipment and the personnel you have in place? And what kind of entrance access do you control? How do you ensure that unauthorized person will not be able to enter into the place, or the people were not smuggling into the labor camp alcohol and other items? So things like that you might want to highlight in your labor camp security. Finally, when we talk about the job security, here we talk about how you as an employer trying your best within your means to ensure job security for your laborers. Here we understand many of the employers will say that it is not possible for us to guarantee job security for everyone and forever, especially in the time where there are so many uncertainty and so many predictive things happening in the market. However, as a company, we would like to see how do you ensure or try your best to protect employees or laborers' rights and take all necessary actions to ensure job security for them. So let me share with you that a few practices example. So we understand that some industries, especially example construction industry, they are working on project-based. So when a major project finishes after a year or year and a half or two, that's those workers working on the project probably has to go because there's no new projects to carry on that they can be transferred, or maybe partial of them can be transferred. They wouldn't need that many. So what do we do? How do we ensure the job security? So in this case, a good employer, they were trying to help their employees to find jobs. We call it job seekers assistance. So in this case, the HR director or manager may contact other HR director managers in the similar industry and inform them, say that in January 2021, we will have about, say, 300 workers that have been well trained, and those they carry out our construction project related to, say, Expo 2020, and now they will be no longer working with us after that. Do you think you will have the position to observe them in? If so, we will be able to happy to help you to recruit them. So this is part of, example, a job seeker assistance. The other company, they may say, okay, we look at the job security for the employees, especially for the non-skilled workers when they come to our organization. We not only look at them employee as a job security with us as a company, also we look at long-term. So in this case, we provide them with the right career path. We teach them the skills, or we reskill them to the necessary jobs that they will be able to find jobs easily, even when they leave us or when they go back home or when they're working for other companies. So they will have a proper skills and the competence that they can find job easily. So different organizations have different practice in place. So when we talk about job security, do you look into the internal recruitment? Do you appreciating those long-serving employees? Do you practice the fair dismissal? And also, when the company, which is most of the cases, we haven't seen any case so far, but sometimes when the company has to face really those painful times where they have to say downsizing or right sizing due to whatever uncontrollable events, such as currently the COVID-19, then how do you ensure job security or doing your best to help your employees to look for jobs? So one of the things that you may want to highlight or assessors might ask is that what impact did the COVID-19 have on the employees' job security? Are they worried, especially in certain industry, as you know, hospitality, industries on traveling? A lot of those industries really hit heavily by the pandemic. So what are the new measures taken by the company while facing difficult decisions on right sizing? What did you do, right? So these are the things that if relevant to your organization, you can highlight. So here, in summary, in the job security, you can highlight your organization's policies, systems, and practices that you do to ensure job security for your employees or helping them to have a better future jobs or seeking alternative employment. So these are the things that you do. And of course, you have to follow the right government policy, ministries' requirements when you have to dismiss people. Now, the last key element of our criteria 1, recruitment and wages. This is the area, 50 points, again spread over 2 sub-elements. One is the job recruitment, one is the wages and the benefits and incentives. So the job recruitment, let's look at it quickly. After that, we have a quick break. I think this way everybody can have a stretch. So job recruitment, in this case, we are looking at, as assessor, we would like to see what kind of recruitment policies and procedure you have in place or the systems. Do you have a proper workforce planning or manpower planning, if you call that way? Do you identify clear job requirements when you do recruitment? Are you recruiting just for recruits, or you have very clear requirements for recruitment? Are your recruitment is based on skill or competence requirements? That's not anybody recruited due to relationship, but more or less that recruit based on their skills. They can carry out this job. Do you have the proper non-discrimination and ethical practice in place when you do recruitment? Or when your recruitment agency or agents is doing recruitment on your behalf, right? Do you ensure equal opportunities in your recruitment? How do you ensure that? Do you consider people of determination, which is people with certain disability? Do you also consider them in your recruitment if the job types allow so? So of course, we do not expect that you as a construction company recruiting construction workers, you have to have a lot of people with determination. That's of course not really right, because the type of job they need to carry on. However, if I am recruiting for, say, a cashier, do I consider people with determination? If they have a little problem with their leg, maybe I will consider, right? So this is, again, Depends on the industry, depends on your business, depends on the job that requires. Now, of course, do you use internal recruitment? Do you give opportunities for your own staff before you go for external recruitment? Do you practice some kind of job rotation that the employee can be doing different types of jobs and they have better exposure? Do you have internal promotion? In staff, I have to recruit a foreman or supervisor from outside. I will promote from within. So the employee join me as a general helper or with no skills or cleaner, that after a few years or after he progress, he can be a supervisor, he can be even a trainer in the area, right? So each organization has different practice. Then finally, if you are using recruitment agency, do you evaluate, assess this agency, their practice to ensure their compliance with your recruitment policies and requirements, right? So these are the things that you might want to highlight in the area of job recruitment. In the area of wages, benefits, and incentives, in this case, the assessors, what are they looking for? They are looking for, do you have a proper policy system in place regarding labor's wages, benefits, and incentives? And how do you provide employees with competitive or fair payment or fair compensation and benefit package that we do not pay below the minimum, we do not pay the lowest in the industry? How do we ensure that our employees' pay are competitive at least? And how do we ensure that monthly salaries and overtime payments are paid on time by the government required WPS system, right? And we ensure as a company that employees' leave salaries will be provided before the departure for their annual leave. We also ensure that the employee, if their contract finishes with us or if they are resigning and leaving us, they will receive their end of service benefits properly without delay, right? So these are the things that you may look for. Of course, in your case, probably not apply at all. However, if a company has to face some kind of bankruptcy closure, then how do they ensure their employees were given the top priority to receive all their full wages and outstanding, right? As we know, in the old days, before the introduction of Taqdeer awards, we do hear from time to time companies delay salaries, and they delay salaries in months, not just for days. And that's causing a lot of problems, that causing people's complaint and sometimes even stoppage of work, right? So the wages, benefits, and incentives here is about how do you as an employer ensure that you pay your employees on time with the right payment and competitive pay and the packages, right? So here, if you look at on the right side, the yellow area, of course, you have to pay on time. You have to ensure that all the payments will be settled, and you want to ensure that maybe if the employee has to go for work related to hazard and pandemic frontier work, is there any hazard pay or any benefit related to that? Some company, they say, we provide the employees that has to work in those hazard exposure situations, we provide them with extra insurance coverage or life insurance coverage for that example. This can be part of the benefits. So different organization, different practice. One of the questions that assessors might ask, or you might want to highlight, is during COVID-19 pandemic, did your organization take special measures such as unpaid leave or temporary reduction of salaries to avoid job cuts? And if you do so, did you ensure that these are communicated to the employees with their consent and in alignment with the government regulations and guidelines, right? So these are the things related to the wages, benefits, and incentives. So by doing so, we are finished with the criteria 1. I think we'll take a quick break, 5 minutes break, before we carry on criteria 2, which is the about the work environment and the communication. Yeah. So you do not have to log out or leave the session. We will have 5 minutes break. Let me look at my timing. Now it's 11:33 on my clock. So 11:38, we'll be back for continue our sessions, okay? All right, let's have 5 minutes break, stretch, have your coffee. I'm going to have mine. And if you want to answer your phone calls, but please be back in 5 minutes. So we will carry on remaining of our session today. Thank you. If you have any questions, by the way, you can also during the break, you can ask or you can put in the chat as well. Everybody's back. Great. By the way, I'm looking at the chat here. Some people asking about the link. Let me tell you why the link is expired. Because to be honest, the submission deadline was this Saturday. All the other companies supposed to be submitting this Saturday, and your group are the last group to join, the one unplanned. So the link was originally scheduled auto expiring. So that's why the link for the one thing that they cannot, you could not access. So what we will do in this case, the video definitely you can access, but again also as some of member requested here, after today's session, I will organize the recording and I will share with the Taqdeer Award office or find a way to share with you guys. So you will be able to have the whole recording of today's session. So don't worry about that, okay? And for the menu itself, you can see online. If I don't have the one to download, so you can use that for your general awareness. But the actual today's session also, I will find a way to share with you all, okay? Now, and let's start our session again. Let me share the screen. Okay, let's go back. Okay. Okay, so also I noticed someone saying his screen is not clear. I think that is something maybe you need to do on your side, your computer or whatever the device you use. I believe that the Zoom sharing is for everyone. And if only one person has technical issues, maybe you need to figure out how that is. And so far I have not seen any specific question in our group, mostly all about the documents. As I mentioned to you all that one of the link, yes, I checked during the break, it's expired because the award submission date already expired. That was a link to that, but no worry, because today's session will be shared with you all anyway. So the recording session will be shared with you. The online menu is already there. You can access the YouTube, you can access. Only the middle one, that is the PDF one, you have no access. We will try to figure out how that's going to be. But meanwhile, you're not losing anything if you have the recording of today's session. So no worry at all, huh? Okay, let's start back to our criteria 2. Criteria 2, this 250 points are again covered over 5 key elements: the labor relation, communication feedback, justice and transparency, creativity, innovation, rules and regulations. Let me tell you from the past experience that criteria 1, the fundamental which we covered, most of organizations, they all have some practice there. You know, some fantastic, some good, some okay, but most of them do not facing major challenges there. Once come to the second criteria here, where we talk a lot more of the soft issues, we talk a lot more of the engagement, communication, and motivation. This is the area that many organizations or the participating companies, their scores are slightly lower, especially in the area of 2.2 and 2.4. 2.2, communication and feedback, seems is a common area that companies still facing challenges. Then once come to 2.4, creativity and innovation, this is the area, even 4 stars or 5 stars companies, this is the area they still have a lot of gaps. This is okay, because the innovation itself is still new in many industries, especially in the area of labor-intensive industries, because we are not like the high-tech industry that they constantly in the area of innovation, or we're not like in the area of government that they have a lot of budgets and a specific department and people dedicated for innovation. We are businesses, we're running private businesses, we're running projects, we're doing our manufacturing work and services providing. So in the area of creativity innovation, generally still gap. However, the good news is what we noticed, example, in the first year when we introduced the Taqdeer Award 2016, nearly all companies, when it comes to this area, they hardly have anything. The maximum they have, we have some kind of suggestion system. Then the next year, when we go back to some of the companies, they reapplied again. We noticed really nicely, some companies even started to changing their organization structure. They appointed chief innovation officer to look after the area of innovation and creativity and to ensure that the involvement of their employees are in this area, and they start to see the fruit afterwards. So remember, Taqdeer Award framework and criteria is based on local and international best practices and alignment with different rules and regulations. So we do not expect the first-time participants, which is most of the companies here now, we do not expect you to achieve 1,000 points. 1,000 points is a long journey we're aiming at. However, in certain area, if you probably, when you look at the criteria, you probably already know this area we're doing well, this area we may have a lot of challenges, but those challenges are also opportunities. These are the areas that you can improve. These are the areas in the future cycle you can really score much better if you taking the right action to start with, right? So let's look at it as overall improvement opportunities as well. So let's go directly to 2.1, labor relations. So what does labor relations cover, these 50 points? It covers 3 key elements: the non-discrimination, the work environment, and the complaints and the grievances. So let's go directly. By the way, in the second part, if you notice some area, I may speed up a little because we already discussed a certain area. We already know the formats. Only ones really need to have key stress or really need to highlight, I will slow down a little, but generally the speed will be pick up a little bit more compared to the first session today, okay? Okay, when we talk about non-discrimination, here again, most of the companies, you have non-discrimination policies and practice in place. So usually you would have a non-discrimination policy, which could be embedded into different policies within your organization, could be part of HR, part of different policies, right? And we want to make sure that the participating companies that you ensure non-discrimination practices are happening throughout the organization and in day-to-day activities, which is spread over all the departments and covering all the employees, right? So in this case, the aim of it really to a kind of labor caring company or organization, they usually would like to create harmony between different nationalities, genders, age groups, skin colors, and origin, etc. Remember recently, Black Lives Matters. What happens in America is all about discrimination in a way, right? So when we talk about non-discrimination, we're talking about that the organization is having the policies and practice in place that protect different labor categories, so they will not be discriminated against by the people or even by the system itself, right? So not because I'm from certain region or I'm from certain country, I'll be discriminated against, or because of my gender, I'm a female employee, so I never give the rights, access, or the opportunities to progress, or because of my age groups or any other reasons, right? So one side is the organization, they have the non-discrimination policy system in place and practice. Also, they will make sure that they will not employ or promote anyone who practice this kind of discrimination, right? So this is something about the discrimination. These are the discrimination policy, and those usually embedded into different practice throughout your organization. Could be related to recruitment, could be related to career advancement, could be even the budget or the payments related to their wages and benefits. Now the next one, work environment. In this area, we're talking about the organization need to provide all their employees, especially the workers and the frontline employees and the laborers, with an environment that is safe, free of virus hazards and all kind of pollution or noise, right? So this is the area that we need to make sure that the work environment also complies with the Morris rule once come to the working hours, once coming to the midday break. Example, summer time, if you are construction or people has to work outdoor, do you strictly follow the summer midday break? Do you provide clean drinking water on site for your employees? Do you ensure that the place they're working in will be hazard free? How do you ensure, remember we talked earlier about occupational health safety, which is very close to here, that the employees are provided with the proper protection equipment or gears to carry out their jobs, right? And also one thing we have to also look into is that let's assume you are a company that you have your own permanent workers, but you may also have temporary workers or the subcontractor workers. They're working on the same project site. Do you also provide them with the same access or benefits? Or only our own employees will provide them with drinking water? The ones in our project site, but they are not the permanent employees, they don't get such thing. Then some companies also, once come to summer heat, that's on the project site, they may have as part of their say medical room or first aid room or whatever the room they call it, they may also provide the heat stress treatment. So in case of someone really got struck with the heat, collapsing or whatever, immediately can take action there. So work environments, what do you do as an organization, as a company, providing a safe, hazard-free work environment for all your employees and follow the government rules and regulation once come to the working hours, midday breaks, etc. So this is the focus. Now, of course, during the pandemic, there's another thing we need to pay attention. That we all know that, remember a couple of months earlier, the whole city was shut down, right? Then the government started to slowly reopen. So as a company, you need to also show how did you ensure you strictly follow government's relevant authorities, guidelines and protocols to safe reopen your business during the COVID-19, right? I remember yesterday or the day before, the newspaper were highlighting so many companies or so many businesses are shutting down by the government authorities because they are not strictly follow the safe reopening guidelines and practice. So these are the things that you may also want to highlight once come to work environments. Then the last one is the complaints and the grievances. In this case, what assessors will look for? Assessors, again, they want to look for what kind of policies and systems you have in place to handle employee complaints and the grievances. Do you have some kind of complaint system in place? And does the employees know that how to access to those systems to make a complaint? they feel comfortable and safe to really making a complaint against, could be their supervisor, could be against certain member of the staff, and do they have the confidence that once they make the complaint or grievances, that this information will be reviewed by authorized or dedicated team or committee or whatever the members, and those will be studied, analyzed, and will be addressed, or corrective action will be taken. Then the feedback will come back to the person who made the complaint, right? So here we're talking about, do you have a comprehensive complaint and grievances system that ensures that the employees can easily access, feel comfortable to make such complaint, and that you provide awareness or communication sessions for the employee to understand how to use the system, and to support that sample evidence you might want to support your application here could be the sample complaints received, could be sample resolution related to complaints or grievances, right? So these are the things that you might want to address when it comes to complaints and the 2.13. Now, the second key sub-criteria in criteria 2 is communication and feedback. This is the area I told you, 50 points, many companies that not doing that well as we hoped. So here the 50 points are covering 4 key elements: communication channels and dialogue, two-way dialogue, performance appraisal and recognition, involvement and freedom of opinion, and finally internal external audit. Let's look into each one in details. The communication and feedback, or communication and feedback dialogue, right? In here, what do we look for? As participating company, we want to make sure that you do provide different communication dialogue channels, which all employee categories or the labor categories will be able to access to ensure work-related information, data, or performance expectation, etc., will be clearly communicated to them, or information from the head office or management can be clearly disseminated to the relevant employees, right? Then those communication channels should be developed based on the type of employees, the type of message or the content, how frequent we want to communicate, the language and format we want to use for our employees to make sure they fully understand the contents, and how we ensure the accessibility of those channels for the employees, right? This communication between the management and the laborers should be in place. So for example, let's assume we are a French joint venture company, and in the management we may use English, we may use French as communication, but our projects workers are not from those regions, do not understand the word in French, and do we communicate to them in the French language, or we communicate with them in the language they understand? And do we communicate with them in a format that in a very formal email where the employee does not even have a corporate email to start with? Or we communicate with them in a format, could be visual, could be face-to-face communication, could be a video demo, could be all kinds of things that's really making the communication effective, right? So different organizations may use in different channels, such as regular meetings, the face-to-face dialogue, focus groups, if you need to talk to a group of people about certain things, could be regular briefing meetings, could be daily briefing if necessary, could be the traditional memos, emails, could be phone calls as well, could be social media messages as well. Some companies, they have their own social media or internal communication channels which they can make announcements. Then, of course, when we talk about the dialogue, the two-way engagement of communication, we also need to make sure this company or the participating company, they do provide laborers with the opportunity to discuss their affairs or staff concerned affairs with the relevant management or supervisors or the other team members in that area. So some companies, they say, HR department, we do regular kind of a tools going through different sites or different labor camps or different departments. We're talking to employees, we do focus groups to discuss things. Some companies say we're using other channels. So this is where your organization need to make sure you have a proper communication system in place, policy systems, procedures, etc. You are using the appropriate communication channels. You communicate with your employees with the right frequency based on the contents and the message to be delivered. You're using the right language and format, and you ensure that employees have the access to those communication channels. And you might, from time to time, reevaluate of your communication and to enhance that. So one of the things you might want to highlight, or the question that assessors might ask you will be, how did your company ensure effective communication with employees during COVID-19, this pandemic? So now, during the pandemic, employees, some working from home, some working from site, some on different shifts, some different ways, and some of the employees has high risk. We need to communicate more about how to make sure they are taking the preventive measures, the social distance, the hygiene practice, and etc. So how do we ensure effective communication with our employees? You can highlight that in this section. The next one, we still have Jackson joining now. Okay, let me just get him in. Sorry, let me go back. Okay, okay. So the next section, we're talking about recognition, right? Employees' performance appraisal and recognition. In here, I need to remind everyone, we know that nearly all companies, you have a performance appraisal system in place. However, many companies, their performance appraisal are covering the office or supervisory or managerial staff. Once come to the labor force, the type of performance appraisal will be different than the standard, you know, the annual, biannual, or, you know, the performance appraisal system we usually see as management staff. So here, how do you as a company to ensure that your labor force will be fairly and effectively evaluated and recognized and motivated, depends on their actual performance and skill base, right? And which kind of performance appraisal system or evaluation system and criteria you have in place to ensure the effectiveness of this performance evaluation. And once the performance gaps are identified, what do you do? Do you provide skills development, retraining? Do you move the employee to the retraining until he's fully kind of meeting the job requirements, then move back to the tasks? Or what kind of activities you do to address those performance gaps? Then for the people who are doing very well, for the outstanding performers, what do you do? Which kind of recognition and promotion of things that you provide for them? For the people who their performance are unsatisfactory, what are the consequences will be? So these are the things that you might want to highlight in the area of performance appraisal and recognition, which is usually the HR department together with the operation or the projects or the supervisory concerned teams, they will be managing, right? Now, the next one is involvement and freedom of opinion. In this area, the focus is about how does this company involve their employees, especially the labor categories of employees, and allow them to have the freedom to express their opinion, right? So here we're talking about the company continuously should interact with all labor groups and sharing with them the necessary information, the company plans, the objectives of their departments or the projects or the policy related information, right? So again, you continually communicating and interacting with them. Then you also provide employees with the freedom to express their opinion, needs, and expectations, right? This will definitely increase the trust and satisfaction. Then also, how do you ensure that you also involve team members on the work-related feedback and the necessary decision-making? So in this case, for example, that let's say that our company wanted to upgrade our labor camp, some of the facilities. So how do we involve our employees? How do we allow them to have their opinion heard? Maybe part of our annual employee survey, we ask about the labor camp facilities. Or maybe we have a separate labor camp facility questionnaire or focus group. We gathering people and say, we want to improve this. Let's hear your voice, which the area you suggest, which the area that has the most concern by the employees, example. So some companies, they say we have thousands of laborers. It's not right, or it's not possible even to talk to every single one of them. So what do? We may allow them to have their representatives. Then we do focus groups or things to discuss the issues concerning all of them, but through the representative teams, right? So there are different practices. Overall, the highlights here will be how do you as a company to involve your employees and workers? How do you ensure that they are fully aware of the company related information? What are the future projects? Which are the policy things related to their work? And how can they express their opinion related to those areas? And of course, some international companies, they also having the practice called the whistleblowing. So they may even have a hotline or kind of a hotline email whereby anyone of the workforce, if they observe something really ethically wrong or something really critical, whether it's even involve senior management or whoever, they can use the whistleblowing line or whistleblowing channels to highlight. Now, the final one is internal and external audit. When we talk about internal and external audits, in this case, we are not talking about the common, financial audits. Here, we're talking about the audits that related to Taqdeer Awards core, which is labor welfare, right? So here we're talking about regular internal, external audits related to HR, related to your occupational health and safety, related to your facilities, such as your labor camp, related to your suppliers, such as the transport outsourced company. So for example, the recruiter that we talked about earlier, right? So do you conduct regular internal, external audits, right? To assess the implementation or compliance of the company policy, procedure, systems. Which kind of audits do you do? Are these audits conducted by qualified internal or outsourced external auditors, certified or independent auditors, right? And do you maintain those audit reports? Once the audit reports come out, what do? You look into the compliance, you look into the corrective actions. Which kind of corrective actions do you taking in order to address those non-compliance, right? So these are the things that you might want to address once come to internal, external audits. And the sample evidence you might want to submit as part of your application could be sample audit report, could be sample corrective actions taken after the audit, right? These are the things that you might want to cover in the 224. So the third key element of criteria 3, this is about justice and transparency. Again, here 50 points are covered over 4 sub-elements, and we will look into each one. The first element, which is about justice and fair treatment. When we talk about justice and fair treatment, it's again, is closely linked to the non-discrimination and other things we discussed earlier. However, the focus here is about how do we as an employer or as a company ensure justice and fair treatment for all our employees in all categories of employees and throughout the whole organization, right? So when we talk about this, when the organization interact with employees, when the management interact with employees, especially in the different categories of labors, that they will always practice justice, honesty, and equality. So what does those fairness could be covered? The fairness could be covered when you assign tasks. For example, why should I always go on the night shifts? Well, my colleagues never ever go on the night shift because this person is from the same region, or he's a good friend of my supervisor, right? So, or why should this kind of a team always being assigned the toughest job, the most difficult ones, the high risk ones, because they are capable? So we always allow them to do the difficult task. And the other one, because we say, oh, they are less capable, they are this, so they are the one can hang around doing less, which is also not fair, right? So where the justice, fairness, that's where the call here. In this case, also, when we do appraisal of the performance, when we providing opportunities, whether it's learning or career or promotional opportunities, we need to be also fair. We need to be just. We need to be fair and just on equal when it comes to also job grading. That if two people carry on similar tasks, that why should one on this grade, the other one much higher grade and receiving much higher benefits without any justification, right? That is not fair. So these are the things that we need to keep in mind. Of course, when we talk about equality, when employees carry out identical jobs, but taking into consideration the difference between their work experience or other job critical skills, but not based on the nationality, religion, and other discrimination factors, right? So this is to do with justice and equality. Now we talk about openness in decision making. When we talk about transparency and openness in decision making, here we are focusing about the organization be transparent with the employees. Be transparent on what? Be transparent on the corporate performance. Be transparent on the key decisions of the organization. So for example, we have seen companies, they will say, yes, we do have job descriptions. Now we say, have you shared with the employees? And those say, no, it's in our HR department. Or they say, we do conduct annual employee satisfaction survey. Now we say the survey results, who do you share with? Oh, no, we only share that with the management team. We never communicate back to the employees about the satisfaction survey results. These are the things where the transparency wouldn't be there. And some good companies, we have observed example, the management team, the CEO and the leadership team, what they do, they say we do a quarterly, we call it walk around session. That's the CEO or the general manager or the leadership team actually going to different work sites and different departments. They meet people face to face. They share with them of the latest happening in the company. They share with them what are the upcoming projects. They share with them the information or the decision that could impact employees, their day-to-day or their employment with the company. So this is what big transparency. And of course, when we talk about openness in decision making, also we involve employees in the decision making. We involve them in the area that can express their opinions and empower them to make decisions. So, for example, the employees working on the night shift in the front line, example, do they have the rights to talk to or to solve the problem when there's an issue, or they have to go back to their supervisor? The night shift supervisor has no empowerment, so they have to go back to the manager or the duty manager, or the duty manager has to go back to the other senior manager in order to make a decision. So these are the things that we might need to look into. My volume is down. Okay.
Hello, Sue. Sue, sorry. Your volume is too low. Could you please adjust?
Sure, I'll use a different one. Maybe this one will help.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will use the traditional. Does this help a little? Let me try. Just 1 sec. Let me. Is this better, by the way?
It's much better. It's
much better. Okay, great. Thank you for the feedback. You see, remember, two-way feedback and dialogue, it helps. It makes better communication. Okay, so that's, when we talk about the decision making here, we really want to make sure that the employees working in the front line, they are the ones should be empowered to make the relevant decisions, right? So this is where the empowerment and decision you might want to highlight in this sub-criteria. So let's look down to the other one. Yeah. If you have any questions later on, we will answer that, and you can highlight in the group chat as well. Okay, freedom of worship. This sub-criteria element used to be called the freedom of religion. So then later on, based on the feedback from the judging committee, this has been modified since last award cycle become freedom of worship. So as you are all aware that Dubai as a city, we are very multicultural. We have more than 200 nationalities live peacefully in the city. And any companies you go to, you have multiple nationalities. Like today, we have probably at least 20 different nationalities in our group. So what happens here, people having different belief system, people have different religions, right? So do you as employer provide the employee the freedom to practice their worship or freedom of worship or the practice of their religious rituals and practices, right? In this case, what happens is that most of companies, they encourage employees to practice their own religion. And most of them may provide also prayer room on site or access to the prayer room, right? And of course, we have to keep in mind because UAE, as a Muslim country, we have a lot of mosques. So does this company, if you say most of your employees are Hindu and other religion, do you provide them also with some kind of a room or place where they can practice, right? So these are the things that the company may want to highlight or address in the area of freedom of worship. Then some companies, they say also during the, say, religious holidays, for example, say if our employees, a lot of them are Christian, so during Christmas or Christmas Eve, we allow them to take time off so they can go to the church, they can go to practice certain things. And certain religious holidays, we also do celebration in our camp, in other places because of our employees. So different practice, different organization carry when it comes to the freedom of worship. This is the area you just highlight what your organization's practice, that's all. The diversity. When it comes to diversity, this is the area we understand that you know, diversity will really encourage or flourish when it comes to, you know, expertise, skill, knowledge transfer, and those. However, from the real practice, depend on the industry and the certain restrictions that the company may have, that certain manpower intensive companies, the diversity may not apply as much. So for example, let's say we are a hypermarket. So I can recruit employees from different nationalities easily because, you know, the cashier, whether they are from the Philippines or from India, from Nepal, from any country, no problem. I can provide them training, they can do the job. However, when it comes to, say, construction industry, due to the maybe budget requirements, maybe due to the visa restrictions, due to the skill required, and all the other factors, it does not really making sense to recruit labor force from many markets. So here we may end up with only limited markets, the traditional markets, right? In this case, how do we ensure diversity? So example that I have no option but to recruit employees, say mostly from India. How do I ensure diversity? In this case, then you as a company, you need to say, India is a big country. Do I really recruit from Southern India in this city, or do I cover different regions? So when during the recruitment, my employees or potential employees come from different parts of India, the diversity will be within the country. However, there are certain diversity in place. So these are the things you can highlight. The assessors, they will look into your business context and your highlights, your constraints. They will look into this with specific consideration. So it's not one cut that you have to have percentage of people with, say, gender. Example, if you are in construction, we do not expect you to have a lot of female employees when compared to, say, you are in the cleaning business or you are in other business, service industry business example. So that's why this is the thing. However, as a company, we try our best to create diversity within our employees. That's the thing we need to keep in mind, okay? Let's look at the number 4, creativity and innovation. This is the area I told you there's still a long way to go for most of the companies. However, there's always things that can be done. Yes, this could be your first year participation in Taqdeer, but now when you're doing the application, you are really, in a way, doing self-assessment in a way, right? So you will notice the gaps. Then I would advise you, whatever the gaps, before even the assessor identify, if you know you have these gaps in this area, you can you can propose to the management to take action, because the whole objective is to ensure the organization will be better, excellent organization, more successful in the future, right? So this creativity and innovation, we're covering 3 key points. Number 1, creative suggestions. Number 2, rewarding of those creativity. And finally, innovative work approaches or systems. So let's look at the first one, creative suggestions. So in this case, we are talking about, or the essence of this sub-criteria element is to ensure that your company who is participating in the award, that you are having a system or policy or procedure in place that encourages creative suggestions throughout the organization and encourage the employees and the laborers to involve and motivate them to use such a system to provide their creative suggestions. Because remember, we said we don't want people just coming to our offices or our plants or our factory with their muscle without their brain. We want both. We know the talent is really the people thinking, and people at all jobs, they have creativity and they can give good suggestions that can make a difference, right? So this is number 1, you should have some kind of policy system in place for suggestion, right? Number 2, to encourage and motivate your employees to use those suggestions or use those channels, you need to communicate to them how to make the suggestion, which channel to use, and for them to understand how their suggestion will be evaluated, right? Now, of course, you need to ensure that you have a proper system or proper mechanism in place that the suggestion submitted will be evaluated. Could be by a committee, could be a dedicated team, that those suggestions, once shortlisted, that they may also be implemented later on. Now, of course, all these should be keeping records, right? So this is what we're talking about, creative suggestions. The ones highlighted in the yellow area, that these are the things that you might want to focus on, either as your kind of criteria write-ups, or could be the sample evidence you want to submit with your criteria. Then once come to the 2020 special season, special situation, one thing also you might want to highlight, or assessors might ask you, is did your organization successfully adopted any creative suggestions from your blue-collar employees or your laborers in fighting the COVID-19 or preventing the COVID-19 pandemic or the spread of this coronavirus, right? So these are the things that you may want to highlight with this special 2020. Now the next one, employees are encouraged to submit creative suggestions, right? Now once they are suggesting those suggestions, what happens? Do you as a company reward creativity, reward employees with those suggestions, reward or recognize employees for that, right? So here, again, we would like to see, do you maintain a system in place for staff recognition reward, especially in the area of rewarding their creativity, right? Now, the second thing we would like to see is that do you maintain a list of rewarded people or the benefits that you're rewarding them with? Of course, reward does not mean only monetary rewards. Sometimes could be. Sometimes they say depends on the thing we implemented, and if we got savings, say that much, then the employee who suggested, they get percentage of that, or the team who implemented get percentage of that. So that's sometimes happen. Sometimes the company, they say, no, we're doing something differently as well. If say this employee notice that due to the nature of our work, employees or workers has to carry heavy weights and keep bending their back, and this caused a lot of injury on the back. So this employee came up with a very creative tool. Then with the help of the engineering department or whatever the team, we developed this tool, and this tool now is adopted to all our project sites and locations. So as part of the reward, of course, we recognize him, reward him. Then also as part of reward, we name this tool on the name of this employee. So everyone will know this is from this employee. So different organization, again, different practice. Here we want you to highlight for the assessors, what are the systems and the practices do you have in your organization when it's come to the rewarding of your creativity, rewarding these creative employees, and especially those labor workforce. Yeah. So here, the evidence you might want to see is the example list of staff rewarded based on their creativity. Some company, they may say, we don't not only reward the people their say suggestion got implemented, also the people have a lot of suggestions, we also give them points, and based on the points earned, we also give them certain reward or recognition. So again, different practice as the industry or as the business as they see fit. Now, finally, the innovative work approaches. The word approaches, sometimes companies say we not use this word much. Okay, consider this way, innovative work systems in this way. Some people use approaches, some use methodology, some use systems. These are okay. So what's the purpose of this one? This sub-criteria elements is about really about the company, they really benefit from the suggestion reward systems in developing innovative work systems, processes, or approaches. So one side, you got a lot of creative ideas, right? Many creative ideas could be about new products, about how to ensure customers' satisfaction or happiness. So how about to introduce or enhance new services? Here, the innovative way of doing work, innovative way of work systems that we introduce, a new way of doing things or a better way of doing things. So in this case, here, the focus will be the company developing innovative work systems and processes to carry out the job in a more effective and efficient way. And usually this would benefit from the reduced cycle time, because we're more efficient now, the speed is coming up, or we can accommodate more customers now. And we can utilize our resources in a better way, that the number of employees to serve that number of customers are reduced due to this new innovative systems or process which we introduced. So things like that. And this are the things, if you want to show the evidence here, what kind of evidence you might want to show could be the system itself, explain, or could be the benefits that the company gained from those innovative work systems or approaches introduced. Now, the last element in the 2.5, resident sponsorship and human trafficking. This is the area that nearly all companies are doing well. Why? Because this is a government requirement. It's more of a regulation and by laws in a way. So these are the ones, generally, we do not see major issues. However, companies still need to make sure your practice is in place. So the first one is resident sponsorship. Here, the participating companies, they need to make sure that all workers, that whether they joining first time to the work or transferring from other companies, they need to have proper work permit and a visa in place, right? Before they start their work. That's number one, because this is immigration requirements, this is ministry Morris requirements.
Then the other thing also, we have to make sure that we know that every company nearly doing that. However, sometimes companies, they do not necessarily timely renewal of those work permit, visas, and IDs. So most of the companies we interacted with, the HR or the admin department, they keep records and tracking someone responsible for that. However, some companies, they may say, okay, now this employee, we need to renew his visa. Suddenly we realize, oops, his passport already expired 6 months back. And this person did not know, we did not know, and no one renewed that. So this caused delays. So we need to make sure that the company, not the first time you get in the work permit and visa, but you also timely renew of that. And another thing, be careful that by law, employers are not supposed to hold passports of their employees, especially without their consent, right? So what happens in real practice? In real practice, in many companies, they saying because employees are living in the labor camp and passport, example, are very important documents. So it's not safe for them to put under their pillowcase every day, right? So what does the company do? The company say we provide employees with safekeeping of their documents. However, it's volunteering. If the employee want to keep their passport safekeeping by us on their behalf with their consent, we will keep for them. However, they have the access. They can, anytime when they request, they will get it. So most of the companies we have seen when they have a large labor force and labor camp, sometimes they provide such a service. And if that happens, usually assessors, when they interact with employees, they will always double check with employees that, do you provide your passport? Where do you keep your passport? They may say, we keep with the management or whatever, the office. And then they say, when you want the passport, say open a bank account or do whatever, can you get it quickly, easily, whatever? Yeah. Do you have consent? Did they inform you that they will keep the passport on your behalf? They not force you to do so. So these are the things that may be part of this. Of course, one of the things that assessors might ask you during this special time could be, what are the new measures implemented by the company during the COVID-19 to facilitate and provide maximum flexibility to employees? Do you remember that during the shutdown, all flights was canceled, no one in and out of the country. So in this case, let's assume you have employees that their contract finished in April. However, during April, everything shuts down, no flight back home. Now what do? Do you cancel their residence and then they become kind of illegal stay or long stay? Or you coordinate with the relevant government authority, checking with, say, the labor ministry, with the immigration, and find out what's the best way with that you can facilitate the employees that they will not become illegal stay in the country, right? So these are the things that might be. Then the 2.52, this is a human trafficking. Human trafficking, generally we do not face such a problem with the applicants for the awards. And the human trafficking, this is usually what we want to look for as assessors. We want to make sure that this company is committed to avoid human trafficking practice, whether it's recruiting laborers for illegal reason. You do not recruit employees on visitor visa and they're still working on visitor visa without having their proper work permit, right? You want to make sure that you do not employ child labor, right? Because you should be proper based on the labor law requirements, right? You avoid illegal workers. You also ensure that your recruitment agents, that when they do recruitment, they do not make those huge unfair charges. So these are the things that we're trying to, as a companies, we can do to prevent human trafficking. So this is the area that you need to make sure you highlight in this criteria elements. Okay, the first two criteria, remember we said these are the fundamentals. These are the areas we call the enablers. These are the things the company does in order to achieve the results. The criteria 3 are the result. So you have enablers that's contributing to the result. So the criteria 3, labor results, this is the area I need to highlight. This is where you're critical, where you can gain points or lose points in a very heavy way. Labor result, 500 points, which means each one got 250 points. If you do well in this result section, your company can be easily a 3-star companies, right? If you are doing very well in the criteria 1 and 2, and you did not pay attention to result 3, most of the companies we have seen previously, they have things, but they did not do well when it comes to the submission preparation, then this is the area that they lose a lot of points. This is where I need to really give you advice and warn you. And I want you to really stick to my advice, because otherwise you could lose points for no reason, and those points could be quite huge compared to the early ones. All right, so let's start with labor results. 1, labor perception, which is mostly the satisfaction survey. 2, performance indicators. These 2 have equal weightages, so which means 250 points each. So when we talk about labor perception, what does that mean? When we talk about labor perception, we are really looking at how your labor force, employees, blue-collar workers, how they perceive you as a company. How satisfied are they with you as an employer? This is where the perception. Perception may not be 100% accurate, but however, this is how the employees feel about it, how they perceive this company, how they think the satisfaction level, right? So in this case, the most commonly used, this is what we expect to see as well in your application, is the labor, whether it's opinion survey, satisfaction survey, happiness survey, engagement survey, whatever the survey name your company use, but this is really the satisfaction survey of employees where they showing their perception of the employer, right? And in addition to that, some companies, they may also have additional focus groups. They may have additional assessments or surveys, but at least you need to show us the labor's satisfaction or opinion survey findings, okay? So here we're talking about labor perception survey questionnaires should cover key elements of the Taqdeer award criteria and sub-criteria elements. So here, I like to share with you some sample area or the focus area you might want to cover in your perception surveys. So in the labor perception, usually the company conducts annual, sometimes semi-annual, but most likely the annual employees satisfaction or happiness surveys. In here, they select number of measures, could be in different wording, different terms, but measuring the similar essence. So they are using a selected number of measures covering key sub-criteria, which may include but not limited. Remember, include but not limited, not just a checklist. Taqdeer never be a checklist. So it's not say that I tick off everyone. Again, it depends on your industry, depends on your business requirements, and depends on your employees, right? So we need to make sure that the relevant participating companies, you have a set of measures that covering the relevant elements of criteria 1 and 2 during or to be used in your labor perception. So what are the key elements might be? We might need to look at the facilities you're providing to your employees, right? We may look at the housing and living facilities. We may looking at the healthcare or medical insurance or those related, right? We may looking at the transportation. Do you ask your employees perception or feedback about the transportation services you provide? Do you ask them about the training and development related things? Do you ask them about the payment of salary, wages, and benefits? Do you ask them about any social involvement example? Do you ask them about their perception about your complaint or suggestion systems? Do you ask them about your practice related to communication and involvement of their engagement or decision-making example? So the key elements which we cover in criteria 1 and 2, these are the ones usually the companies are getting perception from the employees during their employee satisfaction survey. Of course, your employee satisfaction survey, which has been conducted in the past few years, does not necessarily has exact the same wording as Taqdeer, but however, the essence of those usually are covering the similar thing, right? Usually employee satisfaction will talk about the supervisory, talk about communication, talk about job, talk about satisfaction related to facilities and tools and all that. So these are the ones depend on the relevance. Then the other suggestion you might have for your future ones as well. In the future, when you do your employee satisfaction survey, if you notice something that's really critical that's highlighted in Taqdeer word and you're not asking employees, maybe that's the time you can modify, enhance your survey questionnaire by including those perception elements into your survey, or maybe doing an example, a specific survey related to the, say, labor camp or facilities or those, right? So these are the things that could be benefits for your organization. Now, the second part of the results, these are the performance indicators. These are the internal measures that your company use to monitor, understand, and predict the performance related to employees' relations and employees' welfare, right? So these are the ones that usually are based on your company strategy, company KPIs, measurement systems, and your operation. So what are the areas that could be covering as performance indicators? Again, these are not a checklist. These are not only these elements. Depends on your industry, depends on your business. You may have more, you may have less. However, should be a balanced, comprehensive enough number of performance measures. So example, if I'm an assessor, this company only submitted, say, 4 measures, while the other company submitted 12 or 15 performance measures covering different aspects. Obviously, the 4 measures will receive less scores or achievements when compared to the 14 or 15 measures that are relevant covering different aspects, right? So again, based on your organization, these are the suggested guidelines you may want to measure. So for example, percentage of implemented suggestions. This is in a way to measure back about earlier criteria, remember, suggestion systems, right? Creative suggestions. So the other thing could be the number of labor's grievances that have been resolved. This is, again, what we want to measure. We want to see the result of your complaint and grievances systems, right? Could be the labor turnover rate, could be the percentage of labor terminated during probation, example. Could be percentage of laborers rewarded annually, example. So different type of measures, but these are the measures reflect back or reconfirm the practice of your organization highlighted in criteria 1 and 2 earlier. Then the other indicators could be, example, if we want to talk about diversity and if it's relevant to your organization, maybe you want to show the breakdown of your employees, either based on gender or based on maybe nationality or whatever, to show you have a diverse workforce. But if diversity is not really relevant to your organization, you may want to show something else, right? So the number of communication channels, the percentage of laborers participating in social events or activities, percentage of laborers receive internal promotion, number of training hours conducted on occupational health and safety, example, number of security incidents or shifts recorded, example. So these are the things that you might want to measure based on your organization practice. Keep those measures that really can show reflecting back to the criteria 1 and 2 elements we discussed earlier. So these are the ones, please recall that. Okay, so once come to results, what does the assessors want to see? They want to make sure that you have targets, that we're not just showing that we have achieved 15% or reduction of complaints, but we want to see what is your target of that. Usually targets are set during your annual business planning or plan, right? Or based on targets usually set are based on your previous achievement, performance, or industry norm, right? or even sometimes best practices, benchmarks, etc. So one of the things that most of the companies losing marks without knowing are the ones they're missing out targets. So my advice, every chart you do once come to result, make sure you have your targets. Find the targets. The second thing is trends. Maybe I will not go through this now. I'll show you the actual example. It will make it more visual and benefit for you. So let's see here. This is an example, sample charts. Unlike in criteria 1 and 2, usually the write-ups are like sentences we highlight. Then we have attached evidence, right? In criteria 2, the write-up is only highlight a few things, but the actual attachments are those charts in this kind of format, similar formats. Why do we want that? Previously, we had the companies, what they did, they made like a report. Imagine assessors to look over 50 pages report, finding one number in page 3 and the number in page 49 and trying to make sense of that. It's not possible. And it's also not assessor's job trying to identify your information among all the documents you have. So this is whereby good application versus not so good application. Good application, the organization say, if we want to measure the labor satisfaction, based on our surveys, this is how we're going to show the assessors. We will show the assessors the last 2 to 3 years, depends on how your organization. Example, if your organization is still a young organization, so you will be showing the last 2 years results. If your organization already mature organization, then usually we expect you to show last 3 years results. So in this case, when we look at the sample charts on the above, so what do we have here? We're looking at the labor satisfaction index or results, right? And this one we can tell there's target and achievement. And the target and achievement are showing 2015 and 2016. So we understand in 2015, our target is 80%, our achievement is 77. And 2016, our target increased to 85 because we want to be more challenging and continuous improve. And our results showing 88%. And based on that, we start to showing a kind of a positive trend in a way, right? So then also, if you look down, the same survey information, but we got some kind of segmentation. In this case, this company decided to segment the findings based on the areas that they are surveying. So example, they want to see the communication and dialogue channels. What are the satisfaction? Compared to, say, reward system, how did the people think of our reward system? How people think of our motivation system? The other side, this example on the right, bottom side, these are the ones that they segmenting the survey results based on what? Based on the labor camp or labor facilities, if you notice. They're asking about the facilities and entertainment. They're asking about the housing, living facilities. They ask about medical. They ask about food and meals. So they segmented the details. Depends on your organization. Depends on your survey specifically, you would like to share the segmentation of your result. You might want to segment the result, compare, example, the labor category versus the management and other category satisfaction. You may want to segment the category of, example, based on projects. You may want to segment based on divisions or the type of work carried out. You know, all kind of things depends on your organization. What's the purpose of your survey? You segment the results. So targets, number one, do not forget. This will make you lose a lot of points. Segmentation is another area that many companies are not doing well. Make sure when you have results, try your best to segment that to make sense for your management. That's the segmentation. The purpose of that is really to provide more detailed insight to your organization. Example, when I say satisfaction 88, how would I know that? Is that the long-serving employees are more satisfied compared to the newcomers or vice versa? example. Or say our labor force are mainly from 3 countries, let's say Nepal, India, and the Philippines. Maybe I want to see, based on those nationality or the categories, which area the satisfaction are much lower, so I can address that needs. Maybe they have certain concerns, right? So this is the purpose of segmentation. Now, of course, when we talk about surveys, the assessors definitely want to know, how did you design the questionnaire? How did you select those specific questions to ask? What kind of methods of your data collection? How did you collect data? Do you make sure everybody have their name on, so they will be worried, they wouldn't dare to tell the true satisfaction level? Or do you collect data from a kind of online system that most of employees or the laborers does not have such access, so they do not participate in the survey? Things like that. So these are the ones which, on this example, if you notice on the right, we're saying relevant measures and the KPIs, right? Percent performance targets, the present performance and the targets, right? The actual achievements, the positive trends, the segmented result, the survey questionnaire, how you design it, how do you collect the data, how frequent do you report or do you measure such, right? These are the things that assessors, when they're assessing the results, these are the things they will look for. And this is an example. This is an example about the performance measures. Here, we're not about surveys, not about perception, but about the actual results. So here, one of the results could be labor rewarded annually, the labor turnover rates, the communication feedback, etc. So again, here, don't forget the targets and segmentation, because this is the area many companies suffered before. So I want you not to fall into the same challenge or trap. So now, in this quick session, we will talk about application guidelines. Remember, you are the last group come in, so time is short for you, and we want to make sure that you're following the right guidelines and you will know what to do. So in order for your company to participate, what do we need to look for? We need to look for that you are a labor-intensive companies. Usually we ask companies with 100 full-time blue-collar employees. If your company close to that, however, has a little concern, you can always write to Taqdeer office to verify if you are okay to participate. Number 2, we need to make sure you have valid business license in Dubai, because this is a Dubai award, you know. Then we need to make sure that you are from one of the 4 industries we discussed earlier, and they need to have minimum 2 years in business. Why? Because if you are still new, that means you will not have result in place yet. If you don't have enough result, even you participate, your score will be very, very low. So it does not make sense for a company just established a year back just to start. So minimum 2 years in business. And also, some companies say, you know, we are managing projects. However, the companies we're using are the ones labor intensive. We outsource the actual execution of projects or building development to subcontractors. So in this case, should we participate or should the subcontractor participate? Our advice, the subcontractor should, because these are the ones directly employed by the company. And this company has direct control and influence and impact on those labor force. So that's why we usually say, if you are a company only for management, very limited number, and you don't have those, you know, directly on payroll related labor force, then we advise you not to. Now, of course, you as a company should not facing severe penalties in violation of UAE labor laws. This is something that we do not want to see. And of course, you should not have conflict of interests in the case that, you know, the company CEO is a direct relative of Taqdeer Award office or something. That wouldn't be good. Of course, everyone participating or every company need to complete all required information in the initial application. You see, when you participate in the award, usually there are 2 steps. One is the initial application to say, yes, we want to participate in the award, and we will submit application, everything on time. Then the award office, they will create the online login and those information for you in order for you to submit. Because the time is short, I would advise you after today's session, if you are ready to participate, communicate with Taqdeer Award. Later I will share with you the contact details, which I think you're already probably in touch with Macton or Ennis. So make sure that you coordinate with them so you can speed up the actual application, because you already, joined the race at the end of the race already. Okay, submission documents should really reflect your true business practice. Assessors, these are experienced assessors. They do not want to see things are made up. If you don't have it, you don't have it. Do not try to fake it. If you have it, write it as your real practice and show as evidence this is how you do it. So submission documents also supported by documented evidence. That we may say we have this system, that system, whatever in place. Assessors say, that sounds nice. Show me. Show me which kind of system. Show me your policy. Show me this and that. So that's why your application should be supported by documented evidence. And later on, I will share with you what type of evidence that you might want to include in your submission. Then, of course, the companies who already won 5-star, in this case, will not apply. Today, I think nearly all companies are new to the award. So if you, let's say, if your company won the 5-star award this year, then next year you should not apply again, because there should be a time for you to, improve and take actions. So you have to apply the year after, not immediately. Applicants should meet all award submission criteria and before deadline. This is a tricky situation because we know this year that the deadline already passed this Saturday and your team joined in last minute. So we will have a special kind of extension deadline for you to ensure that you have sufficient time to prepare. Okay, now what are the procedures? Number one, the company want to participate, they need to nominate a representative. And this representative will be the official point of contact between Taqdeer Award Office and the company. All the communication will be between those two. And this representative hopefully will be the internal kind of champion or drivers to ensure all the application and coordination within the company. Then you need to complete the online application form to intend to participate and attach relevant documents, could be the trade license and certain documents required. Then, of course, you need to study the the requirements, the criteria elements in order for you to prepare. Then, of course, after you complete your online application, then you will receive the username, password from the Taqdeer Award Office. Everything is digital, so all the things will be applied through the online system. Then you need to develop the application and the supporting documents in order to submit through the system, online system where your username password has been given. Then submission documents are accepted in English language only. So make sure that your application are actually in English. However, for example, say your company conducted employee satisfaction survey, and the survey questionnaire you translated, you have English version, you have maybe a Tagalog version, you may have other version. You can use those versions as evidence. That is okay. Doesn't mean you have to translate every word. Sometimes you may even show an example, a completed sample of questionnaires. So that is okay. But overall, you should have the documents in English. Otherwise, assessors may not understand. Okay, now we have all criteria should be addressed. If any criteria not addressed, then you definitely will lose points for that. And each sub-criteria should not exceed 250 words. Why is that? Because you have documented evidence to support. We do not want to have a very long, endless writing about things. Here, the application really straight to the point, highlights your policy, system, practice that you do in this specific criteria area. So you do not need to using other area to address here. Everything should be focused on that specific. So this way will be lean and direct. Then, of course, each sub-criterion element should be supported by maximum 2 to 3 evidences. Why is that again? Because remember, we have so many sub-criteria area, and we do not want the assessors to have 1,000 pages of document to read, which is not possible and it's not really practical for them to do assessment. So you should submit the document that the most support of your application writing. Okay, now for the application, we have a checklist for you. So here, these are the things most likely you need to have, and make sure you do cover these. In addition to the application and all this, you may also need that you may need the number 5, the general company information. You may need to have your license, logo, your organization structure, the latest one, at least. Why do we need the structure? Because the word office or the assessors team, they need to know your organization, how they structured, and when they do the site visit, they want to know which are the representative of those departments should be on site or should be during the meeting, which you can have interaction with them. And company profile, if you have some kind of key projects or programs that you need to have highlights or you want to have a briefing, you can send that as part of the brief presentation. Some company, they have an introduction presentation of the organization, so the assessors to have a better understanding of your business. Of course, the location maps and etc. So these are the things that as a checklist you might look into. So the application form online may look like this. Initially application, coordinate with the Taqdeer office to complete that ASAP. Then the application template is online, as I mentioned to you. So this is not an actual application, but this is just a sample for you to think how you would organize or prepare yourself. So for example, you should organize your submission based on each sub-criteria area, right? In each sub-criteria area, you need to make sure that you will write up for that area, and you will have your evidence to supporting that. When you do your evidence, please use the right reference. Example, if I look at evidence 1.11, whatever document will be, I will know this is the evidence for equal opportunities. If I use evidence, say 1.13, example, labor, whatever the documents, so I will know this is relevant to the labor rights responsibilities. So use the reference number as the sub-criterion elements, please. So this is the same thing. Now, what kind of submission, how organization they may organize? Some organization, if you look at the submission, they write under each sub-criteria area, then they may submit the relevant evidence. Some companies say we have too many evidence and sometimes difficult to upload each single one as on its own. So what do? Maybe we organize them into sections. Criteria 1.1, these are the evidence, but with all the sub-criteria number and reference points, then you can upload them, organize them as one PDF or limited number of PDFs. That's also okay. But make sure whatever you submit, the assessors should be easily understand and reference to, because you don't want them to swimming in all your documents trying to figure out which one you're trying to support what, because that, if not organized, and if the assessors don't think this is what you meant for that, you may lose point, which is really a pity. So please do pay attention, organize your evidence reference in the right place. Now, what type of evidence you might use? You may use documents. Remember, we talk about the policies, systems. So you may use documents such as your plans, your manpower planning, example, your HR policy, your employee handbooks, the guidelines for certain things. These are the things that you might use for documents, example. You may also show as a process, procedure, flowchart. Example, you want to show the compliance system. So you may show the whole flowchart of your compliance system, example. You may show forms, templates, or the memos that you use to communicate. You may also show, especially in results, tables, graphs, and charts, which we shared with you samples there. And you may also show survey questionnaires or reports as evidence. When we talk about records, you can use different records. Could be the ISO certification, could be the certificates you issue to your employees in appreciation of their performance. It could be awards you give to your employees, could be attendance sheets, could be suggestions received, could be audit reports, etc. Then finally, of course, you may use pictures. And if Taqdeer allows, check with Taqdeer office. If they allow small video size to be also used as evidence, you may also attach that. So double check with them when it comes to videos, if they can do or if there's any restriction for that. But mostly in the previous cycles, they may use pictures. For example, the sample here, we have picture of people receiving appreciation reward. We have picture of a kind of focus group has been conducted for some kind of awareness session or something. So different type of evidences you might use to support your application. Now, this is something I want you really pay attention. Take a picture of that, highlight it. This is what I would advise you what to do, because this is what's important for the award submission, especially for the first time. For the first time, these are the 10 steps we would advise you. Start with get your leadership commitment and support. Without their support and commitment, one person or two people from HR department trying to do the work will be very difficult because you need data and information from the whole organization. Then we advise you, number 2, forming a cross-functional submission team. Do not only based on HR. Get the people who have those records involved. You may involve safety, you may involve operation, you may involve the camp boss or the camp manager, you may involve the operational project manager, you may, of course, the HR for sure. So these are the people you might involve them into the submission. You may even involve the marketing team, someone who's really good at writing, right? So then you, of course, the whole team, all the members should really study and understand award framework criteria and requirements, because we do not want the application received. You can tell from a team who never understands the requirement, did not really understood what we explain here. So they may writing things or submitting things has nothing to do with Taqdeer award, then you will lose points for nothing, you know. Then you need to gather data, collect the relevant data and evidences to support. When you collect those, organize them into categories as the sub-criteria. Imagine these are the document boxes where you drop them. Then you can categorize and organize. So after you've done that, you do your drafts. Do not try to write, then look for evidence. If you have evidence, then write will be much easier and easier to support. Then, of course, make sure again and again, I'm highlighting, use clear reference number for evidence and supporting documents. So your own team can know this is document supporting this criteria area, and assessors can see the same thing. Then, of course, after you do your draft, you need to review and refine your final submission. Then you submit before the deadline. Of course, the deadline already passed. We need to give you a new deadline or special extension deadline. Now, of course, finally, after you submit, that means nearly the job done. All you need to do now is to prepare your internal team, which is the concerned managers and teams, to prepare for the site visits. In case the site visits question asked during the site visits, they will know how to answer. Now, the Taqdeer award assessment. As I mentioned to you earlier, Taqdeer award, we are using assessment, we are not audit. So there will be no checklist audit. However, they will be assessing you based on the criteria. And when we talk about audits, mostly about compliance and control. However, when it comes to assessment, we talk about analyze the performance. So you need to show that you have the system, policy, whatever in place. Also, you need to show these are real practice in your organization, which means from the documented evidence, from the site visit, from the interaction with your employees. So this is how you will be assessed. Your submission document, the evidence you submit, plus the site visits, the interaction assessors with you. And the assessors team, they will have the award framework criteria as their assessment mirror. And this mirror will be against your company documents and site visits. Then all these assessments will be done through the online score system. So as I mentioned to you before, the maximum attainable 1,000 points. So how would assessors evaluate your application? Criteria 1 and 2, they will evaluate you based on 5 key measure elements or the levels. From never implemented, which means this criteria elements never seen in your organization, no evidence really prove that. Will be never implemented. Always implemented, this means the evidence is, there's a lot of evidence available showing that you systematically and across the organization. So in between, we have other 3 levels. With very limited evidence, you will be rarely. Some scattered evidence from time to time will be sometimes, and several evidence most of the time will be mostly implemented. So these are the 5 levels of performance. They will be evaluate you for criteria 1 and 2. Then based on that, the actual scoring will be automatically calculated based on the maximum attainable score for those. So, which means, example, if your performance falling into sometimes again, these are a gap. They may be 50%, maybe 45%, maybe 40%. So the assessors team will have their consensus score based on that. Then, as we said, based on the percentage achieved for each element, you will have your actually achieved points out of the total points. When it comes to criteria 3, the results. Remember, I was saying result, very careful. This is how they would evaluate you. When it comes to the performance survey or the perception surveys, which is the first column in the middle, then when you look at the right column there, this is to do with the performance measures. So here, the assessors will evaluate you based on 5 levels. The scope and relevance. That means the things you are measuring in your survey, are they covering the right scope? Are they relevant to the employee welfare, employee care? We do not want you to survey related to other things, has nothing to do with this, right? So they were looking to how did you design your survey? What kind of perception elements are you using in the survey? What kind of sample size do you cover? How frequent do you survey that? Which kind of language you use for your surveys, etc. So in here, you need to make sure your sample size is relevant. For example, when I conduct employee satisfaction survey, I do not want to only survey example from one labor camp, ignore the other 2, or only 1 or 2 projects. These are the employees I will be surveying, the others I will not cover, or only the head office staff. So no, you have to have a sample size across the organization and covering the relevant representatives or the right representation of the sample for your employees. Then the integrated means survey results are timely, reliable, and accurate. Remember, we talk about segmentation. Segmentation means that the results are segmented based on your organization to create meaningful insights. Then the trends, this is when you have the last 2 to 3 years, the trends can show positive or negative easily. Then the targets, make sure relevant targets are in place. If when you prepare your results, you notice there's only current performance or each year's performance, there's no targets, ask your concerned department, where can we find targets? Make sure targets are in place. And when we talk about the performance results, the last column, the first scope and relevance here, this is what you need to make sure is that you as a company, you are including a set of relevant key measures in place that demonstrates the performance of the companies in the labor welfare related area. Remember, we showed you different samples there. You need to make sure that you're covering a good, balanced sample relevant to your own organization. Then the rest are similar. Minimum 2 years results, preferably 3 years if you are already a mature organization. So again, when they assessing you, and the assessors will score based on the similar thing, and then they will be able to come out with the final score. So your final score for each sub-criteria area will be based on each element scored by the assessors team as their consensus scoring. Then the award report or the final feedback report, this will be the output of the assessment, will be shared with you. This was shared with you usually about a month after the award ceremony. So when you receive the report average about 22 or 22 pages like. So the report will show your company name and the number of stars you achieved on the cover page. Then it will show you the total score achieved and with the breakdown of each key element score. Then also it will show you in a way the gaps. In this case example, this company has a major gap in the area of say the creativity or rules regulation example. Then in each sub-criteria area, the assessors team will highlight the key strengths and area of improvement with the specific score for that area. This is where you can study and come up with your corrective actions or future improvement actions. Keep in mind that assessment report is not really a kind of consultation report. So assessors, they will not suggest for you what action to take, because they may say you need to, there's many ways to improve communication. Could be open door policy. Maybe your organization open door policy may not be the perfect situation. So usually they will highlight the gap. You as the company or management team, you can decide on what's the most effective and the best way to address this gap and then implement that accordingly for future. So this is more or less the case. And the award process, we will be receiving the application award office. Once they receive that, they will be assigning assessors team for that. Assessors team, they will study your application and evidence. They will be conducting the desktop assessments. After they've done the desktop assessment, they will be identifying strengths and area for improvement. And they will be preparing for the site visits. However, the site visits, the scoring and everything will be only after site visits. So maybe in your application, you're showing everything great, but during the site visit, they notice there are certain things not really implemented proper, then the score may be reduced. Or vice versa, certain area in your application looks average, but when during the site visit, they realize there's a lot of good practice are happening, then your score might be increased. So again, the assessors will only do that after the final site visit. They will do the scoring on those. Then your score will be approved by the judging committee. Then the award ceremony will be conducted accordingly. So what are the award timeline? This is something that you may want to see. The award timeline, the first thing you need to know is original submission deadline is on the 12th of September, which is already passed. And that's why this group is a very unique group that we gathered as last minute or the last joining participants. So what will be the submission deadline? Usually because there's a timeline for assessors as well. So I would suggest for you to double check with the award office what are the most relevant real submission deadline for your team. Here, the proposed deadline extension only for 2 weeks. My concern, because it's for you nearly all first-time applicants, I will try my best to go back to Taqdeer award office, trying to negotiate for you for an extra week. So I would advise you, once you've done this application, go back to the office, start to do your preparation immediately to avoid any delay. So I would go back to Taqdeer office, trying to negotiate for you the best or the most relevant and viable extension deadline. Then they will communicate to you as this very unique team, okay? So for the time being, submission deadline, wait for Taqdeer office to notify for you. But I would advise you to prepare yourself in 3 weeks to submit. Otherwise, it's too long will be an issue as well. Let me just also go over. Oh, we still have Anis join now. Okay, okay. Now you may have certain questions in mind, and I would like to go over. So I would like to go over the thing of the frequent asked questions. This area, many of those questions we already covered today. I will not go over one by one. I will quickly go over the ones I want to highlight for you. Here, if you notice, these are the questions we are covering in the area of awareness, how to participate. This already covered, so I will not go over. I will highlight things that may be really useful for you, that you may have real questions. Number 6 example. If we have various labor camps in different emirates, which one will the assessors to visit or assess? Assessors will visit the one based in Dubai because Taqdeer Award is Dubai government initiative. However, if say one of the case we had before, the office, everything's in Dubai, labor camp is in Sharjah. So when we visit the labor camp in Sharjah, we are using Dubai government requirements and guidelines to evaluate. We do not use Sharjah guidelines. So this keep in mind. And the other thing also, we talk about your employees should be blue collar employees, should be labor force. We do not want to go to your company and we found out that everybody is a doctor, that we're not talking about subject matter experts or skilled labor force. We talk about blue collar employees. Then the other thing, let's look at submission documents. Yeah, submission documents, please submit everything during your submission, because after submission, the assessors team will be starting their actual assessments. So you cannot keep adding new documents to them. So prepare yourself from now on. Remember the 10 steps guidelines I gave you how to prepare for your submission, for your award participation. Use that as a guideline. That will really help you in a great deal. Do we have to cover all criteria? Yes, please do, because if you don't, you lose points. Now, the other thing, let me see, anything else will be useful. Okay, number 14, this is something that we had a special situation before, very rare. It's happened in the service industry companies. We do not have labor camp, but we do provide our employees the choice of staying company accommodation or receiving housing allowance. Usually for the company, a much smaller size. So how would we do that? For example, let's say Dubai Taxi. Dubai Taxi, they have their own labor accommodation. At the same time, they give the employee the choice that they may want to have allowance and stuff that, and they will be able to rent their own accommodation. In this very unique case, that the assessors team will be looking in this in a separate way. They were looking to base on your organization policies and regulations. They will check the allowance that is adequate, which will enable those workers to find housing with equal or better living standards than the accommodation provided. And those relevant sub-criteria area may also be impacted. So, of course, ideally, if you have labor camp and all this, the organization will definitely get a better score. But when you have no such thing and you have very unique situation, then the assessors team will treat this as a very unique situation to evaluate. How to prepare for the site visit, we talked about that earlier in the presentation. How long will the site visit last? And what will be covered during the site visit? Usually the site visit lasts for a complete business day. And usually the assessors team will in the morning visit the company headquarters or the management team. And then in the afternoon, they will be visiting the labor camp, work sites, or relevant locations. However, as I mentioned to you, this year, the site visits, how it's going to be scheduled, managed, depends on the progress of the this COVID-19 situation. By early November, depends on the government's guidelines and regulations, we will decide, or the World Office will decide how the site visits will be carried out, and they will communicate to each of the companies accordingly. Let's see, evidence, what kind of evidence? We shared with you that already. And okay, if we have some confidential documents, this thing came very, very rare, because as you know, Taqdeer Award, we're talking about labor welfare, not like other awards such as the UAE Innovation Award, which we are also managing. In that case, they have a lot of confidential area because they have patents and research R&D issues and the financial issues sometimes. In here, we're not concerned about the financials. Here, we're talking about labor related. So most likely, you should not have any worry in this sense. And also, all assessors, they are signing non-disclosure, confidentiality, professional code of conduct, no conflict of interest, and all these kind of documents before they actually have access to the assessment documents. So they are required to keep everything confidential. Therefore, no worry about this. Can we submit additional evidence document after site visit? No. Assessors not allowed to collect anything after site visit. You can show them things during site visit, but you cannot send them things to after site visit. Now, any other things? We only need a few minutes to finish today, so no worry, yeah. Okay, sorry, there's nothing there. Let me see before, if anything. How many years? Remember, we said 2 years minimum. Better to have 3 years result if you want to submit. And we talk about many times, if you do not have targets, you will definitely lose points. And then let's look at this batch of questions. Remember we highlighted that before in 26, that how many measures do we have to include in the criteria 3? We said it has to be relevant and a balanced number. If very little, of course, your score will be low. If it's more coverage, the scope will be much higher when scoring on that. So please do prepare for the result. Please make sure you put more extra efforts on results in order for you to achieve the maximum score possible, okay? Okay. 27, we conduct annual employee satisfaction survey, but our survey result including all employees. Can we present overall employee survey result? Yes, you can. However, remember segmentation, because Taqdeer Award is focusing on labors. So it's better for you to have the overall plus the actual labor categories. This will be much better, and this will enable you to have better scoring. Now let's look at any other ones. Can we contact the team leader or assessor for the results? No, you're not allowed to do so, and they're not allowed to answer you. To be honest, we had a case that the company representative or the company, they got to know the assessor's name or team leader's name. They go into LinkedIn, they find them, and they communicate with them. Can you tell us how did we do? What's our scoring? No, they're not allowed to communicate that to you. Only the official award office will be announcing the results just prior to the award ceremony. So please do not, waste your time to communicate with the assessors. You will receive the reports usually about 1 month after the ceremony. What are the benefits? We talked about that earlier already. Let's see if anything useful here. Okay, how much time to prepare? It depends on. Some organization very easy if all the information available. Some organization has difficulties. And organization who did not participate in the awareness session, they're facing much more difficulty. So that's why I advise you immediate action and follow the 10 steps which we advise you, because these are the experience we accumulated over all these cycles, and these are the best practice we're sharing with you. Anything else? How to prepare? We talk about that. How to prepare site visits? Talk about that. Okay, 37. Do we need to highlight our efforts during COVID-19? Yes, please do, because this will help you to earn extra points and for this very unique cycle 2020. If our current year performance or the labor results has not been reported yet, which results should we submit? You submit the latest 2 to 3 years. So example, if your annual survey coming in December, then you submit the 2019, 2018, 2017. if, example, 2020, you have performance report result already out during the second quarter, then you can show the second quarter. So it depends on your organization, you know, the frequency of your measures. But in overall, at least show us 2019, 18, and 17. 39 question. Company participating in the past award, is it possible to achieve different star rating or scores? Yes, definitely. Overall, we have seen a positive improvement for the companies participating during the second cycle. But we did have very real situation whereby we did have 1 or 2 companies actually drop down. Their score are getting less because maybe they did not continue enhance. Also, with the cycle, with the maturity of the award, assessors want to see more and more evidence to prove the good practice of the organization. So the last one, if the company disagree with the feedback report finding, can they challenge the final score? The feedback report is really aiming primarily at continuous improvement. So from the award office point of view, every effort has been made to ensure the feedback is based on objective evidence and based on the independent assessors team, their consensus findings, not one person, but the whole team. So the score will not be changed. However, the award office will always welcome any feedback for the future improvements. So if you have any feedback, suggestions, always you can communicate to the award office after the award cycle completes. So as I mentioned to you, there are certain things. I will check again the PDF presentation because this auto expiration linked to the submission date. So we need to look into that to reactivate. The other ones links, those 2 are actually working for sure. And so for you to communicate, these are the 2 key contacts you having for Taqdeer Awards company coordinators. So Maktoum and Anis, these are the ones coordinating with the companies. These are the ones who will be your point of contacts throughout the award cycle. And I hope today's information really will be useful for you. Let me see if there's any chat. Yeah, that's the same question. So, so I hope today's, the session will be useful. Before we go, and I'd like to have your maybe 1 minute of your time. Could you please just answer this quick 2 questions only, because from here we will be able to tell which area that you might need support from the award office, so I can pass the same information to the coordination team there. Because during the award assessments, I'm the one who will be only supporting assessors. I will not be your point of contact. However, whatever the things that during our session today, whatever the information we gathered or the challenges you might face, I would like to communicate back to Maktoum or Anis so they can give you maximum support. One thing that I could not share with you today is the online system. Because to be honest, this year online system, they're doing update with a technical team. I have not have my access, so I have no clue. So if you're facing any challenges or anything to do with the online system, whatever, please feel free to contact Maktoum or Anis. They can support you, or they can at least ask the technical support team to help you to troubleshoot whatever the problem you might face. Yeah. So for the award awareness and those we conducted today, I promised you that I will try to organize the video, whatever we recorded, and I will try to share either through the Taqdeer office or I will share with you. I would advise you to maybe share with your team, study the criteria elements and start to prepare your submission, because the deadline already passed and you have very limited time. The good news is that our briefing today, we're giving a lot of tips compared to many earlier companies. And the challenge you're facing is compared to the companies they started in June, they had a lot of time to prepare. Now you have limited time, but if you're really focusing on the core area, I think you should do well. And again, remember, Taqdeer Award is a journey. It's not just one-time thing. So once you're participating, that in the future cycle, we hope you will really be able to improve and enhance. That's the overall. If you have any questions, please do ask in the group chat, or you can have the microphone on now, by the way. Sorry, yeah. You can have the microphone on, you can ask the questions. I will do my best to answer your any kind of concerns or query you may have in your mind. All right.
Will you be sharing this video?
Sorry?
Will you be sharing this presentation?
Yeah, that's what I've been saying. With the request earlier that this recorded video, we will organize it and we'll be sharing. So this will help you and your team to understand better.
Thank you so much.
You're most welcome.
Hi, so good afternoon. This
Hi,
is
hi, good.
Hi.
Hi.
I have a small question. What if our company is operating from Dubai and our accommodation is inside a free zone like Jafza?
You mean, can we also go to Jafza where the assessors be allowed?
Yeah, can assessor go and consider that the company is in Dubai, the license is from Dubai, however, the accommodation is inside Jafza?
No, that's okay. As long as,
fine, right?
yeah, that is fine. As long as the assessors team may, I mean, if this year we can physically, because depends on the pandemic again, you know, if like a previous year we physically can visit, as long as your company provides the access, that is fine, yeah. Usually what happens during the site visit, the company representative or someone, they will accompany the assessors team to different place because some area they may need a special permission or access to. Some area they may even need to wearing, you know, the construction kind of gears or whatever. So yeah, assessors do that.
All right, thanks for the information.
I'm most welcome, Mohammed. Yeah. Any other questions? Anyone has not filling the 2 questions or the poll online? I can share the result if no one. I have 28 people shared feedback. Okay, let's share the result. So most people saying it's very useful. And the things that most people concerning about is the framework criteria requirements. Yes, because I totally agree. We're seeing very short time to digest and comprehend all this, it's a little bit challenging. However, the good thing is compared to the previous cycle, you guys are much luckier in the sense we highlighted what assessors might even look for. In the old days, all they got was a pure write-up of criteria elements. That's all. Then they have to figure out what to you know, develop. Here, also the other concern might have is the online system support and guidelines. This is the area that I told you that the Taqdeer office coordination, they will help you with that. And the deadlines requirement systems we already shared with you. The deadline that we will discuss with the Taqdeer Award Office, and they will communicate back to you for your team as a very special, unique group because you came to the race at last minute. Site visits planning and coordination is already covered in the presentation. You can read through that. General feedback and the coordination, that will be coordination with Taqdeer. So I'm sure Maktoum and Anis only it went unexpected. Okay, so the award ceremony and the preparation, these are the ones that will be again communicated by the award office towards the end of the year or before the award ceremony. So nothing to worry there. Okay, any other questions before we go today?
Good afternoon.
Good
Mohan
afternoon.
here.
Oh, hi. Oh, Mohan, how are you? Yes, go
I'm
ahead.
good. Thank you for the session. I have only one question. The evidences that we are supposed to upload, what is the file size limitation on that?
This one again has to go back to the technical team because I don't know what the online system, what's the file size. So I would imagine trying to, if it's too large, trying to zip them or trying to make them reasonable size. Maybe Anis here, can you check here with the technical team? Because this one, they upload documents, I don't know what's the file size. They should advise, yeah.
Yeah, it's already we discussed with the IT department. It's an open one. And in case if they found some problem, they connect with us, so we will check it by IT again.
Very good. You guys are lucky. You got really a large file uploading this year.
Okay,
Before
thank
was
you.
very restricted. Yeah, but trying to organize in a way easier for your own team to see, easier for the assessors to see, for sure. Okay. Any other questions?
Thank you.
All right. So if there's no more, go ahead. Go ahead. Anyone? No? Okay, if there's no more questions, I would like to thank you all for your time. And I really appreciate on behalf of the award office that, during the pandemic year, during this special time, and though you are joining last minute, you still show the commitment to the award, and we really appreciate that. And we really hope all of you will have a successful and strong application this year, and hopefully we'll see some of you on the stage to receiving good star ratings as well. All right, so if you have any questions, you can communicate back to Anis and Maktoum. They are very helpful people, so I'm sure they will support you as needed. Great, thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Only one time, Sue.
Yes.
Everyone, when you try to upload the document, please put it evidence from video or photos, because the size for uploading file is opening. So no problem, because this will be, until now we're discussing about how to do it the sightseeing. So if you have evidence, please put it, no worry.
Yeah, great. Please do share your evidence, because evidence is the one assessors will really look into to see that your real practice. So no worry about the size, trying your best to submit the relevant evidence for the relevant criteria. Great, thank you, Anis. Yeah. All right. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful afternoon, and please stay safe. And we're looking forward to have you to participate in the 2020 Taqdeer Awards. All right, thank you. Take care. Take care.